and bottle over cap. You can see the photographs over here. Then it could have been understood about easily without giving much more information about this kind of activity. Biodegradable packaging material. The biodegradable polymers that have found commonly application fruits and vegetable packagings are lactic acid. Lactic acid, it will be collected from these various sources like starch, cellulose, protein, chitosan, polycaprolactone, that's called PCL, and PLA, polylactic acid PLA, and there is a polyhydroxybutyrate, that's PHB. These all are materials. The combination of the biodegradable packaging materials and advanced packaging systems both extended the shelf life of the fruits, vegetables, and also reduces the potential packaging waste materials. Therefore, these combinations can be considered an ideal packaging system for the fresh fruits and vegetables. You can look at this cyclable lactic acid. There you can see the plant, sir, how it will be extracted, how it will be product. Lactic acid resins, the product is here. Then it will be recycled, discarded material, decomposition by the help of the photosynthesis mechanism, the extraction of the different kind of biodegradable packaging materials, and the fermentation process will be take place with the help of the starch, and this once again coming to the polymerization process. This is the entire gamut of the biodegradable packaging materials in the systematic way. See the natural food packaging materials. So natural food packaging materials, here the tree bark wine branding activity and the citrus rind tablewares and the hay-made egg cartons. These all are actually egg cartons exclusively prepared by the coconut shells, which is a coconut fire-based product which they are using as a raw material to manufacturing of the egg cartons. And mushroom packing materials. You can see the photographs over here. There is edible packaging activities with ice creams is incorporated into the carton boxes. And the coconut shell containers. There is a custard apple, custard fruits which are available in the local area, which will be easily packable material that will be utilized by the coconut shells containers. The general and widely accepted assumption refers to main attributes of the sustainable packaging material. They must be effective manner. It should be in the efficient and a clean and cyclic manner. Effective, the packaging system adds real value to society by the effective containing and protecting products. It is a useful materials. Efficient, the packaging system is designed in such a manner, use materials and energy as efficiently possible throughout the product life cycle. Don't waste such kind of materials. Cyclic packaging material used in the system are cyclic, continuously minimizing material degradation, where you could not able to don't make it as a litter to the surrounding areas. Here, cleaning activity, the packaging components used in the system do not pose any risks or humans or ecosystem. You should not be in contaminated material while you are using effectively chosen by the product. Coming to the product life cycle, sir, there are totally 7 types of categories here. I would like to briefly explain about one by one fastly because of time constraints. Selection of low impact material, reduction of material, optimization of the product production techniques, efficient distribution systems, reduction of the environmental impact of the user stage, optimization of the initial lifetime, optimization of the end of life system. These all are activities. Based on this only, we need to go for the priorities of the new product and what is the existing product. Accordingly, we need to take the life cycle product. Life cycle impact assessments are, there is a LCA, life cycle assessment standards. As per the Indian standard standard procedures in the ISO 1414014, there is a build model, life cycle inventory, life cycle impact assessment. These all are leads to cause waiting on the interpretation of the carbon footprints, greenhouse gases, emission and recyclability of the particular activity. You can see the photographs over here. Recycling into post-consumer resins. That's also called as a locally PCR. Recycling into post-consumer resin. Whatever the material which we are collected manually or manual mechanism or else by the machinery equipment adaptable to by the latest machinery technology came to the market, this will be segregated properly. It will be converted into small pieces. These small pieces will be converted into granules. The granules will be once again utilized for the raw material for the manufacturing of the new product. Here, there is a need for the clear definition, understanding of the recyclable of the plastic products based on the carbon footprints, ease of recycling, economic and life cycle analysis for the policy decision. These all are majorly depends on defining the recyclability of the packaging material, establishment of the recyclable hierarchy, effect on recyclability due to presence of other similar and non-similar materials. Materials reduction in terms of thickness versus collection or recyclability from the waste material. The synthetics, biodegradable nature of the material. We need to take it as a life cycle consideration. Let us come to this single-use plastic. So, the single use is the 2018 word of the year. According to the Collins Dictionary, the English-speaking world's growing concern of the environment and the ubiquity of disposable items that are used only once has put for the word single use to the top of the Collins Dictionary is word of the year. The Collins says there has been a fourfold increase in the usage of the word since 2013 in part of thanks to new coverage of the environmental issues, the significance of the products, functionality, which is the convenience, food safety, health safety, most importantly, environmental impact assessment, as well as a life cycle assessment and social impact, economic impact and resource efficiency, consumer preferenceability, followed by the carbon footprints. These all are the international multinational companies come forward to finance the units, those who are established as such kind of activities, sir. There is a investment attractability more than the $1.5 billion in upcoming 5 years. These companies are going to alliance to end plastic waste material, sir. In India, there is a number of multinational companies also there. They would like to give financial assistance to the entrepreneurs or multinational companies, those who are going to establish these kind of CSR activities. Need understand several factors which are leading to the activities. Here, the National Geography in the May 2018, National Geographical featured planet or plastic, their prediction about more than the plastic in the ocean than fish by the 2050. That's shocked by the world. Every year, about 8 million tons of the plastic waste escapes into the ocean from the coastal nations. Nearly 50% of it comes from the abandoned fishing gears only. This is the biggest challenges they are facing, sir, because this is the information collected from the National Geographical channel. The single-use plastic, according to the United Nations Environment Protection Report, the single-use plastics, often also referred to as a disposable plastics, are commonly used for the plastic packaging, which includes items intended to be used only once before they are thrown it away or else by the recyclable properly. This includes, among other items like grocery bags, food packaging, bottles, straws, containers, cups and cutlery, etc. United Nations Environment Program, there is a plastic management, sir. In 5th of June 2018, the United Nations Environment Program launched Beat the Plastic Pollution, which was initiative from the India as host country. They presented detailed plan to eliminate single-use plastic to reduce the plastic pollution. In October 2018, our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji was awarded with the United Nations highest environmental honor, Champion of the Earth, for his leadership of the International Solar Alliance and pledged to eliminate single-use plastic in India by the 2022. That is the pledge which has been taken by our Honorable Prime Minister. Then let us come to the roadmap for the policy makers while introducing ban of single-use plastics. There is a total 10 steps are involved over here. Know the first of all, they need to know the what is the major roadmap policy for the policy makers while introducing the ban on single-use plastics. Know the baseline and evaluate the possible actions where what is the key role stakeholders who are involving in the eliminating of the single-use plastic from the industries. Assess the impacts of the preferable options where social, economic and environmental impacts of preferred options and engaging the stakeholders, especially for the top to bottom, government, central and local government, industry, retailers, waste management authority, and most importantly, local citizens and tourism associations. We are coming to the rise of awareness to create any activity we would like to involving into the people where we need to have the grassroots level awareness by way of education programs, TV advertisements, campaigns to explain why is the policy being introduced, what are the expected benefits, what are the punitive measures which if there those who are violating the rules or regulation which is imposed by the local, state government as well as central government time to time basis. There is a monitor and adjust policy. Here, the auditors, surveys, studies, and interviews keep the public updated on the progress according to the where the eco-friendly affordability fit for the purpose. Here, they promote alternative. What if we are going to ban any product in the market or in the local society, we need to give them some sort of eco-friendly affordable product to promote as an alternative material. Their incentives and industry, the person who are intended to establish the unit which are going to have the promote eco-friendly products. There must be a state and central government. There is a lot of financial assistance by way of incentives. Allow enough time for the transition. Offer the tax rebates to keep certain eco-friendly materials as a tax-free for the throughout the years. Then only the entrepreneurs will come voluntarily to establish the units to promote the eco-friendly technologies. Where the ring fence of revenues in order to support waste minimization, the recycling industry, environmental projects, and to finance awareness initiatives. Communicate to the chosen purpose, why they came to the market, why they are giving to the creating awareness to the society. There is a grassroots level promotion should be given by the local authorities. Enforcement to set the roles and responsibilities for the as individual to the higher level designated to the lower level. It could be easy for them to attract the people towards the promotion of the single-use plastic bannage. Ensure sufficient human power for enforcement and communicate the enforcement process. Prosecute offenders in line with the policy revisions according to the enforcement guidelines. That's followed by the final component is the monitor and adjust policy. According to the information, we need to go for the frequent intervals, reviews, quarterly, once in a quarterly, once in a half yearly, once in a year. Then audit reports and surveys, studies and interviews. Keep the public updated on the progress accordingly. This roadmap will be continued for the until unless the ban of the single-use plastic in India. Plastic consumption growth in India, sir. You can have the slides over here. Plastic consumption 1990 to 2018. There is a decade slowly, drastically increasing the ratios here. This is the 1990s, sir. In that time to 900 only. It goes up to 2018. It comes up to 18,480. There is a global commodity of the plastic demand. You can see here these are 280 million tons in the year, sir. We are coming to this one, the Indian demand for the major plastic 2018-19. This data is collected from the Central Pollution Control Board. Global overview of the plastic consumption and waste generation. You see here, there is a total managed 129 million metric tons. That means only 59% here. This is the total managed is 190 million metric tons. That is in 14% only. Here total management is 239 million metric tons. That is only 56%. It indicates in the next 20 years, the plastic waste generation will double. The plastic leakages into the ocean will nearly triple, and plastic stock in the ocean will more than the quadruple. See here, this is the information which is collected from the International United Nations Environment Protection, UNDP reports only. The plastic, the hero or villain? You can see the photographs here. These are questions debate again. What is the single-use plastic? In plastic, the villain, or how we handle, dispose of the plastic waste, that is culprit. Due to pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic situation, there is a lot of people are very much aware about the usage of the masks and all. Once they are using, they are simply throw it away concept is as a being human being attitudinal problem. Because of this issue, there people are throw it away concept, because this is going to be once again creating a lot of environmental nuisance to the local atmosphere. Come to the plastic waste in India. So plastic waste generation in India was around 9.4 million tons per year in the 2019. Global generation rate of more than the 380 million tons per year in 2019. So India's contribution was around 3.1% of the global plastic waste generation. These are the richer states like Goa, Delhi produces as much as 60 grams and 37 grams per capita per day, respectively, against a national average of 8 grams per capita per day. According to the Central Pollution Control Board in India, 60 major Indian cities produces combined 25,940 tons of plastic waste every day. There is a 60% of the waste produced is recyclable in India. You can see the photographs are here. There is a slides. There is a statistical data which is available here. Top 10 cities: Delhi, Chennai, Calcutta, Mumbai, Bangalore, Ahmedabad, Hyderabad, Surat, Kanpur, Pune. This is the quantum of the material which they are discharging here. Plastic waste generated in 60 major cities of India, 4,059 metric tons per day. Figures are rounded off. Source is Central Pollution Control Board. Uncollected plastic waste, 10,376 tons per day, 40% of the total. Here, plastic waste generation is only 25,940 tons per day. Plastic waste collection is only 15,564 tons per day. This is 60% of the total. You can see the photographs over here, sir. World Environment Day Special, which is collected from the local newspaper. Then the name of the city in the red color. Plastic waste tons per day. The red color indicates that each city, red color indicates that plastic waste tons per day, and the black color indicates that plastic waste percentage of the municipal solid waste. Out of this, each state, what is the percentages here? Average plastic waste generation in India, 4,059.8 tons per day. Average plastic waste share in the municipal solid waste in India is 6.92. This is the source of plastic, as we discussed previously. There are the challenges for plastic waste management at global level. There's a plastic waste is growing in an annual rate of 9% globally. By 2040, there will be a 1.3 billion tons of plastic waste present in the environment globally. Only 14% of the world plastic waste is recycled. Plastic waste is growing at annual rate is 9%. 50% of all plastic produced each year are single-use plastic. About 500 billion single-use plastic bags are used worldwide every year. 75% of all plastic produced has become waste material. Every single person uses more than 700 plastic bags per year. The number of plastic bottles used worldwide per day exceeds 100 million. About 91% of plastic is not recyclable. What are the issues really worked on? There is the first one is, as we discussed previously, there's a littering problem that needs behavioral change in the society. Lack of infrastructure. There is an urgent need to create infrastructure for waste management, urban as well as rural areas simultaneously within the short-term notice. There is a failure of collection of the materials are here. Sorry. Yeah, here there is a garbage vans cannot reach the narrow by lanes of the lanes of slums where nearly 40% urban population lives. They ultimately dispose their daily garbage collected in plastic bags into sewage. The municipal corporation can deploy bike-based special purpose vehicle for garbage collection from such difficult to reach areas. Most of the slums are located next to the sewages. The waste generated in these slums is dumped into the sewage, which causes a blockage. You can see the photographs are here. This is the narrow road. Nobody is going to collect the material from daily routine basis. It leads to cause deterioration effects to the local environment. The background of this here, there is a drainage channel. The drainage, whatever the materials, they are dumping into the drainage channel. It leads to cause the blockage of the water flow. Root cause is visible plastic pollution. Unique situation in India, so there is a rag pickers who are the informal stakeholders in the waste management system are as a vulnerable group in India. This unpaid and unrecognized group form as integral part of the waste management ecosystem. The number of rag pickers in India is estimated to range between the 1.5 million to the 4 million, sir. There is a saviors driving waste recovery in India, sir. There is a recycling clusters across the India, low technology, low cost, issues with the environment, and most importantly, social security also the biggest challenge right now in India. Plastics can be circular economy for the plastic. This also there is a possibility, sir. You can see the cyclic manner, sir. First one is this, you can see the new product to the whatever the collect after using of the portable drinking water bottles, it will be directly sent for the waste collection and transportation by using the fabricating activities, by help of the transport mechanism. This material will be sorted out, segregation properly according to the sizes, according to the volume of the quantum of the material. Then it will be you can start the processing, then washing and finishing product, and once again recycle to the market, finishing product to the local market. Circular economy of the plastics. You can see here, develop a market for the recyclable material, design a better product, reduce the process of the waste material, optimize life cycle through alternative consumption ratios, promote the reusable project, improve the collection vigorously wherever the possibilities, huge number of waste material is going to be dumped over here, encourage the recycling activities, investing in infrastructure by way of different kind of latest technology came to the market, so the production and purchasing, consumption and usage, and collection and processing. This entire circular gamut is circular economy. Sustainable Global Resource Limited, sir. This is the information collected here. Most favored options are, what is the solutions here? Reduce, first option, we need to reduce at the point generating source itself, lowering the amount of waste produced at the point generating source. If not possible, we need to go for reuse, using the materials repeatedly in the same location. If both options are not applicable for the particular waste which is generating from any industry, that material, is there any option for the recycle? Using materials to make new products. The three options, reduce, reuse, recycle options are not applicable for any material. That material can be directly sent for the, is there any option for the recovering of energy from the waste? If four options are not worked out in any material, that material will be directly sent for the secured landfilling, safe disposal of land, safe disposal of waste into the land. That is the least favored option. Landfill is the least favored option. Coming to the turning challenges in the opportunities, sir. Here, plastic waste management, there is a number of technologies came to the picture, conventional technology and emerging technology. What are the conventional technology? Recycling, incineration, and landfilling, as we discussed in previous slide. Here, emerging technology, plasma pyrolysis technology, polymer blended bitumen roads, liquid fuels. Yeah, you can see the plastic waste recycled in India, sir. There is about 60% of the plastic waste in India is recycled according to the various estimates. Here, this is the mechanism. First one is the waste collector through help of the kabadiwala, from here to the trader to the recycler. This is the way of activity, sir. He is collected at here, collect all the recyclable waste, gets in the 14 to 15 rupees per kg per PET bottles. Waste collector. Here, they segregate the plastic waste into the polyethylene, polypropylene, milky and polypropylene, high density polyethylene, low density polyethylene, and PET, etc., which receives the 25 rupees per kg per PET bottle, per waste material. He will kabadiwalas, then they will receive the material from, throw it away to the traders to the recyclers, respectively. Final product is sold at sales in the 55 rupees or 100 rupees. It depends upon the locality and demand. Around 60% of Indian plastic waste recycled. Total plastic waste generated per every day, 15,342 tons. As information, out of these, 60% are recyclable plastic, 70 is recyclable at registered facilities, 20% is recycled by unorganized sector, 10% of the plastic waste is recycled at home itself. This is the plastic recycling hubs in the India, sir. India has highest plastic recycling rates. There is a which plastics are recyclable. There is a here, as we discussed, PETE, polyethylene, tetraphthalate, high density polyethylene, polyvinyl chlorides, low density polyethylene. Here, there is a recyclable. Only 3 options are recyclable. The rest of the materials all are not possible to recycle. Failure under stress makes into the hard to recycle. Often not recyclable. Available in some locations. Check the local recycling chapter. So polystyrene, not possible to recycle. Others also miscellaneous materials. As plastic waste to the fuel, so there is a business opportunity. Already pyrolysis process of the generating fuel oil from the waste plastic. This is the incoming feedbacks here. You can see the by way of activities, sir, by whatever the material which their incoming feedback, there is a with the help of the pyrolysis process, gas scrubbers and syngases. There is a fractional distillation process. Fractional distillation at a high temperature, it leads to giving different kind of byproducts like gasoline, kerosene, diesel, and carbon char. Here, whatever the finishing products which they are directly sending to the respective industries, then whatever the diesel which is produced by way of plastic waste to the fuel by way of fractional distillation, the diesel will be directly sending to the vehicles directly consumption purpose, and kerosene and gasoline to the required customers. Utilization of the plastic waste on road construction. In 2015, Government of India has mandated to all road developers in the country to use the waste plastic for construction within the 50 kilometers of cities with more than the 5 lakh people. The plastic road technology was developed and patented by the Padma Shri Professor Rajgopalan Vasudevan. He is a professor of chemistry at Tyagarajar College of Engineering, Madurai. Sir. He is also referred as the plastic road maker of the India. You can see the photographs over here. The first 100% recycled road of the 500-meter trial run stretch has been laid by the Plastic Waste Management Limited in Karnataka State Highway Improvement Project under the World Bank funding. You can see the photographs over here. This is the finishing product, sir. Then we will have the brief information about the how it is going to be flow chart of the bitumen road construction. The plastic waste collection, segregation, storage, cleaning and drying of the plastic waste, shredded plastic waste into required sizes, stone aggregate heated around 160 degrees to the 170. Then finishing product will be utilizing as a waste plastic aggregate bitumen mix. It can be used for the road laying of at a temperature 110 to the 120 degrees centigrade. Yeah, there is a plastic waste management regulatory framework, sir. This is the regulatory historical background. 1999 to 2018, there is a number of regulations came to the picture in India. The plastic manufacturer sales and usage rules 1999, recyclable plastic manufacturing and usage abandonment rules was enforced in the year of 2003 onwards. Plastic waste management handling rules 2011, and the plastic waste management handling rules amended in the 2016. Then plastic waste management abandonment rules in 2018 respectively. There's the plastic manufacturer sales and usage rules. As we discussed this, sir, this is the time constraint. I am this will be given to you the Indian context how it can be. Yeah, plastic waste management rules 2016. This is the highlights of the plastic waste management. Yeah, you can see the source segregation, sir. Wet and biodegradable green color, paper waste, and this is the plastic waste yellow color, and other e-waste materials. Yeah, completing. Yeah, about to complete. Yeah, about to complete. Yeah. There is a. Yeah. We are closing now. Closing. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, there is a specification as we discussed. Producer, retailers, generator, urban local bodies, as per their guidelines, they have to specify the rules and responsibilities. They are plastic waste management abandonment rules. Yeah, this is the entire gamut of the extended producer responsibility, sir. Plastic waste management abandonment rules 2021. There is a extended producer responsibility. Plastic can be recycled, as we discussed previously. Phasing out of the single-use plastics in India, a phased manner, step by step. First and second, third step. So what else is covered? Thermoplastics and thermosets. Yeah, extended producer responsibility, as we discussed previously. Yeah, this is the entire who is responsible: recyclers, sorters, balers, collectors, distributors. Indian scenario. Yeah, standard operating procedures for the producer, importer, brand owner. That's called PBOs, PIBOs under plastic waste management rules. Yes, sir. This is the fulfillment of activities by details information. Central pollution guidelines, time to time basis. This is the EPR stakeholders for their roles. Initiative taken by the private sector for the digitization of the extended producer responsibility. App also developed. Intervention of the National Green Tribunal. National Green Tribunal. They are imposing the fine those who are violating the rules and regulations. And what has to be done by the industry to come for the compliance of the regulation time. Industry representation to given to the government to take the responsibilities, implement effectively. Industry representation to the government, expert committees for FAME, they have submitted the report. This is the information they had given. This is the finishing products is going to be banned very shortly in India. Environment, central, state, subject, city, ban on plastic products and impacts. Each city and their response. Pandemic delayed in the ban of the single-use plastic in India. There's a single-use plastic and the pandemic situation, littering and waste segregation effectively. Yeah, single-use plastic banned in other countries. You can see the color indication: red color, blue color. The plastic waste management rules 2021. This is the stage manner draft notification already issued by the Central Pollution Control Board, March 2021 itself. First stage, second stage, third stage. Yeah, circular economy. Then representation by the All India. There is a number of sites. There's a time constraint. I am skipping this one. Yeah, this is the pictures. If you are going to see here, this is the technology. What with the plastic waste management, as we discussed. The recyclable plastic waste to the recyclable segregated dump yards, composting, segregation, agriculture sectors. Yeah, challenges. As we discussed, the polyethylene is the plastic waste materials. Yeah, landfilling, incineration, and bitumen road, plasma pyrolysis technology, conversion of plastic, liquid fuel, cement kilns. This is the finishing product, sir. You can have the slides, sir. Because time constraint, I am unable to finish this one. Yeah, finishing products, plastic road signs, signboards, rehabilitation sites, resistance, high durable poly pellets, these things. Yes, eco-friendly. Thank you given opportunity, Madhavanji and entire team of ISB. Madhavanji, hello.
Thank you so much, sir, for your very comprehensive presentation, and it is really fascinating, and you are doing having a lot of experience. And thank you so much for sharing your experience and everything. And now the session is open for discussion. We can have a short discussion for 5 minutes. So I am inviting the participants and other speakers to ask any questions or share your ideas with Mr. Koteswar Rao. Now the session is open. Yes, I have one question.
Please.
That is, you were talking about the biodegradable plastics.
Yeah.
You were talking about biodegradable degradable plastics,
Yeah.
especially the plastic packaging materials.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
So when it comes to biodegradable plastic, how about the manufacturing among the SMEs? How about are the SMEs having enough technology and experience in making those plastics and the supply for the raw?
Yes, sir. It's a very good question, sir, Madhavanji. Actually, sir, there is an institute under the Science and Technology, Ministry of Science and Technology, Petroleum and Refineries. There is a Central Institute Plastic, CIPET, Central Institute Plastic Engineering Technology, which is honored by the Ministry of Ministry of Petroleum and Refineries. They are going to give the technology and intervention. They have the consultancy activities also. There are one type of products, whatever the innovative products which they are manufactured by way of collecting agriculture universities and other research and development institutes. They are going to give you technology on the cost basis to the local entrepreneurs, those who would like to establish such kind of interventions.
Thank you very much, sir. And are there any more questions from any? Yes, Dr. Omeshwar? Yes, please.
Yeah, Miss, that was a very good presentation and very holistic presentation from Mr. Rao.
Yes, sir.
My question is, when we see through your presentation, and also I have heard from my fellow association members and so on from India, there are lots of activities, lot of policies and so on.
Yes.
And we can see that plastics are really well managed and so on in India. Then why there is still a ban and a lot more other issues? Where do you think the gaps are?
It's a very good interaction, sir. Dr. Umesh Rao, sir.
Yeah,
Sir,
because sorry, because from what we see is, yeah, we know the plastic issue. India have a very good few policies and so on, and the initiatives are being taken and so on. But then there's why there is a ban again, sir, or why there is a ban and so much of other things.
Sir, as I had already given the slide presentation, Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, he took the decision, and because of environmental issues only, single-use plastics are going to be banned on 2022 onwards in India. That is a time-phrased manner. I had explained a total 10 pages. This is all are step by step only. It will already instructions has been given to the respective each state chief ministers by the central government. From the central state government, chief minister has already given to the instruction to the local local municipal commissioners of the each districts. Step by step phased manner. Last 3 months it has been in the step out, sir. Because the biggest challenges which they are facing is they are unable to handle the single-use plastic, which is after usaging of the different kind of consumable, commodable products, sir. Whatever the basically human being attitude, sir. What I can say proudly, this human being attitudinal problem. Once they are using the portable drinking water bottle, they are just completing and they throw it away wherever they are. That should not be happens in India. That is a major constraint which is taken, a good initiative taken by the under Swachh Bharat, Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, sir. Okay. I hope I answered some.
Yeah. Thank you very much. When I in my presentation, you will be able to see how certain things reverted in Malaysia.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
May I ask one more question, Mr. Madhavan?
Please, ma'am.
I'm Dr. Nirmala. I work as a consultant for Energy Saving Trust UK. Thank you very much for your nice presentation. Very much interesting information. You explain about possibility of producing oil from plastic waste.
Yes.
I want to know, in India, are there in a pilot scale companies, they are actually practicing it, oil production from plastic waste? Or yes, what is the extent and what's the market for that? Thank you.
It's a very good question, madam. Already, as we discussed, as I had given the slides also, madam, the plastic to oil extraction already started in the state of Maharashtra. Maharashtra, Mumbai, there is a company already registered, madam. Right now, they are doing the production, but to some extent, they are unable to sell their local product because of their constraints, interventions, which are technological intervention. Still, it is a very good business opportunity for them to promote such kind of products, Nirmala, madam. In Maharashtra state, I will give you his address also. I have the visiting card. I will share it with you, madam.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, madam. Okay.
This is Sudan, Country Program Coordinator, Actor Sri Lanka. I have a small question, Mr.
Please, sir.
Yeah, Kodeswaraj.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. This is very informative presentation. I have a small question that how do you see that small medium enterprises involved in the plastic waste management in India? That's one of the program we also plan to focus on in future. That how do you see your experience on the involvement of the interest and involvement in the plastic waste management sector now?
Thank you, Sudanji. Thank you for giving a wonderful information regarding to the. We would like to associate with the establishment of the SME, micro, small, medium enterprises, in respect to the recycling of plastic waste, or else by the promotional innovative products design activity. Sir, there is a ministry, as we discussed in previously slides also, Department of Science and Technology. They are also come forward voluntarily to those entrepreneur, budding and prospective entrepreneurs who are going to establish the recycling unit, or else by the innovative products, biodegradability, what we had explained to previous slides in my presentation. They would like to finance them, funding them through various kind of incentive by way of financial assistance, research scholars, those who are taken up such kind of product. And one more activities, most importantly, government of Telangana, government industrial policy itself, they are framed as the person who are going to establish the unit, they may get some sort of incentives. Incentives like way of rebating of the taxes, by way of transporting or as per the exporting materials activities. In a government of India, proactive, sir, in especially in the state of Telangana, there is a new emerging technologies came to the picture. All our Honorable Chief Minister Chandrasekhar Rao, T. Chandrasekhar Rao has taken the very good initiative. Policies are there, sir. Please kindly touch with us. I will share the information. My email ID is there in the Madhavanji. He will share with you, sir. Please kindly touch with us. Definitely, it will be giving as a very good infrastructure facility for you to promote such kind of plastic waste management aspect.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much for your time and the fascinating presentation. We will be definitely in touch, and hopefully if the situation, the COVID situation comes normal, we will also invite you to Sri Lanka to share your experience. Thank you very much. Thank you for your valuable. And I think there's one more. Sivareddy, you want to ask anything? Okay, thank you so much, sir. So we will move on to the next session. The next session is on plastic recycling, Malaysia's approach in catalyzing sustainability and circularity towards a new plastic economy. That is going to be presented by Dr. Sri Umeswara. He is Dr. Sri Umeswara is a founder and the Chief Executive Officer of ISESCO, a circular economy enabling enterprise. And Dr. Umeswara is a circular economy, waste and environmental management expert consultant. He is the Malaysian delegate and subject matter expert at UNEP, which is the United Nations Environment Program, expert group on marine litter and microplastics. a panel member in various government agencies on environmental sustainability sectors as well. He is currently being appointed as the subject matter expert for the United Nations Environmental Programme and the coordinating body on seas of the East Asia to develop plastics materials flow analysis and implement the reducing marine litter project by addressing the management of the plastic value chain in Southeast Asia. He holds a Master's of Science in Waste Management and Environmental Management and a PhD in Energy and Environment at the Malaysia University of Science and Technology. He has also successfully completed the Japan Initiative for Marine Environment project on human resource development for improvement of plastics waste management in Asia. He is the recipient of the Malaysian MASM Award in 2013 from the Minister for Natural Resources and Environment. And this is a special appreciation for his contribution towards sustainable environment from the Malaysian government. And let me introduce his company, that is ESC CO, Enablers and Accelerators in the Transition to Circular Economy. Dr. Umeshwara is the founder and the owner of this company, which is the forefront of circular economy agenda for all industries in Malaysia and Asia by providing consultancy, training, solutions, resource management, and recovery services. ISESCO brings digital revolution using AI and blockchain technology to the waste management, recovery, and recycling by creating transparent, traceable material loops. For more information, you can visit the website of ISESCO. So, Dr. Umeshwara, this is over to you, and thank you so much for accepting our invitation and for your willingness to share your experience and knowledge in this valuable session. Dr. Umeshwara, over to you now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Madhavan, for your very kind introduction. I hope everyone can view my screen. All right. Thanks to ISB as well, and also Sri Lanka and all the participants. Good evening to you from Malaysia. Greetings from Malaysia. First of all, this is with regards to how is Malaysia's approach towards catalyzing sustainability and also circularity towards plastics and the plastics waste management here in Malaysia. Okay, and first of all, I would like to start with the MSW, which is starting on the municipal solid waste in Malaysia, where you can see 13.2% is plastic waste in Malaysia. And that the overall waste composition actually contributes to about 0.8% or 18.3 tons per capita basis, and we are third ranked in ASEAN with regards to carbon emission that is being emitted throughout, and 44th in the world. So now we have in this as per year 2015, and last year 2020 has been recorded that we have actually ranked 5th in ASEAN already. And as we all understand, as we all know, there are lots of issues of regards to plastics, and it is a global issue as well. Okay, and the World Bank research shows that in time to come by 2030, there will be a 32% increase throughout in terms of waste throughout Southeast Asia. Malaysia alone is expecting to increase about 33% of waste. And on a yearly basis, we have our recycling rate based on tonnage as well. And where you can see at the bottom, plastics have increased. The recycling rate have actually increased from year 2017 compared to year 2019. There is a 40.3% 34% increase in the year of 2019. Now, where is the problem? The problem here is everyone who is working throughout the supply chain. They are working on a very isolated manner, all right? And the moment at the disposal stage, when the collector collects it over here in Malaysia before this, we do not have any sort of material flow analysis, or we don't have any sort of data of where these materials that is being recovered. And yes, it is being recycled, but by whom, where, how much, and so on, we do not have any data. So this is called, the pain points are, we have in certain areas, we had lack of infrastructure, maybe also the collection method. And the contamination rate is very high because Malaysia is not compulsory to do waste segregation at the moment before this as well. And that is also leads to why Malaysia has been importing plastic scrap from developed countries. And then due to economies of scale, our collectors are being choosy, there's no transparency, there's no RRI, meaning recovery and recycling inventory, and also the leakages from post-consumer waste and so forth. And there's also this unavailability of recycling technology because due to inconsistency of supply in terms of quality and quantity. When it comes to the plastic segments in Malaysia, product-wise or segment-wise, of course, the packaging is being the most, and then followed by the E&E, automotive, construction, household, agriculture, and others comprising medical and so on. But it is quite a big turnover in Malaysia, which is comprising about 33.1 billion ringgit. And when it comes to the packaging, we also have like films, bags, rigid items, E&E as well, which is most towards this is our packaging. And as how same is in India and throughout the world, that due to durability, due to all sort of the pros that comes out from the plastic material, it is being used in lots of sectors. So where does the problem lies? Okay, and as per the economics part, where you can see it is a very vibrant contributor towards the Malaysian economy. And even through the recycle resins, we have approximately about 4.5 billion revenue from the upstream, because Malaysia is also a petrochemical industry producer through Petronas and also a few others. We also have the midstream, which is the plastic converters, the manufacturers, and we have the downstream, who are the plastic recyclers. In between this supply chain, we also have the brand owners as well. So while this thing was going on, and where is the problem here? Okay, now certain things that I would like to stress upon, whereby certain countries, yes, they have put a ban to plastics, certain types of plastics, or even single-use plastics, most of it. Now, first of all, I personally, in my personal opinion, I would like to stress, and I have given this to our government here as well, whereby we have to define what is single-use plastics, because single-use plastic is being used in lots of segments. Okay, and yes, like how Mr. Rao presented just now, is plastic is a hero or a villain? Okay, in certain areas it is a hero, in certain areas it becomes a villain. It is not the problem of the plastics, but it is a problem of accumulation of plastics. Okay, and what we need here is plastics waste management, and we also definitely need to reduce in terms of the production, but at the same time we have to manage it equally. Okay, so with that sense, Malaysia have moved on to the plastics circular economy roadmap. And the early movers started from supply chain, or even like the FMB, like McDonald's, Tea Life, and so on, and including like the Philips Healthcare, FGV, IT department, and including furnitures. So the plastic industry was the very pioneer in moving towards circular economy here in Malaysia, compared to any other industries like paper, steel, and so on. And the industry players like the plastics manufacturers as well as the plastic recyclers have actually produced and launched a white paper providing all ideas and so forth and the strategies to the government to look upon where it is heading to, because we have to focus on the sustainable development. All right. So therefore, they have also identified, and the most important part is which are the government agencies and which are the government departments plays a key important role throughout the plastic value chain. Okay, at the raw material supply chain, at the manufacturing, at the distribution stage, and also at the end of life stage. And then they came out with a framework under the white paper, where we need to have the main objectives and the action areas, and how are these would be implemented in order to sustain. Okay. Now, initially in year 2018, the government actually produced and launched this roadmap towards zero single-use plastics. Now, towards when they launched this, there was several bans. There was introduced like taxes as well, like for plastic bags, there were also been taxed like 20 cents each bag and so forth. And then there was also some changes towards biodegradable and so forth. Now, let me explain to you what happened. During the ban, there was initial ban was on the polystyrene, which is the takeaway boxes, EPS they call it, in Malaysia. The ban was successful, but unfortunately, the market or the consumers have shifted from EPS, from polystyrene, to PP containers, okay, which is still plastics, same problem, but it is just a material, okay. Then came the tax on plastic bags, okay, 20 cents. People are still willing to pay for the 20 cents. The reason here is where we need to understand the root cause. Over here in Malaysia, the waste will not be collected if it is not packed in a bag. Okay, so whether it is a garbage bag or whether it is a shopping bag, it is still the same material. It is just the color design is different, but the material is still the same. Same like Austria a long time ago, when they introduced the tax on the plastic bag, what happened was there was a decrease in shopping bag, but there was an increase in plastic bags, garbage bags. Okay, there was an 80% increase in usage of garbage bags, and it is still the same material. Okay, so the finally here is changed to biodegradable material. Now, biodegradable material over here in Malaysia, we are not the raw material supplier for biodegradable. Someone like a country like India, okay, because India have biodegradable starch, or PLA and so on, or even like jute bags and so forth, where you have an alternative. But in Malaysia, we do not have a alternative when it comes to biodegradable. Reason is we still need to import the raw material for biodegradable to produce it. So therefore, the amount that the consumers or even the manufacturers or the retailers, SMEs, need to pay like three-folds or six-folds the price compared to the normal conventional packaging. Okay, that's number one, and that's the reason why the usage of biodegradable have decreased, though the government have introduced that. The other reason here is when we import and so on, we are looking at the end stage of plastic waste management. But how about the overall sustainability when it comes to environment? Because when you import the transportation and so on based on the LCA, the carbon emission still increases. Okay. And eventually coming back to the square one, purchasing price, and even for the test method or the testing kit or the testing procedure is also highly expensive when SMEs or when companies need to be certified by our local certifying agent and so forth. So that is quite expensive as well. Even if they go for international standards, is also expensive. So what has happened, this single-use plastic roadmap was not successful practically. And finally, in 2021, recently, every 5 year, there is a Malaysia plan. So the recent 12th Malaysia plan indicates about circular economy, and which was mentioned about the recycled material and the recycling of production waste will be increased. EPR will also be extended, etc. Following the 12th Malaysia plan, they have revised the single-use plastic roadmap to Malaysia Plastic Sustainability Roadmap 2021 and until 2030, which was very recent. This was 10th of December launched. Okay. And the most important part, I have picked up or I have selected the EPR section, whereby the extended producer responsibility on a voluntary basis have started, and that will be implemented throughout year 2022, next year onwards. And 2026 onwards, it will become compulsory for every brand owners and producers. All right. So that will start to decrease and will give an opportunity for producers to look into starting on the design part, design for recycling, reduced packaging, and all these manners throughout the supply chain, following the circular economy and sustainability model. Okay, so in that line, Maria was launched. Maria stands for the Malaysian Recycling Alliance, which was founded by 10 MNCs here in Malaysia, like Coca-Cola Malaysia, Colgate-Palmolive Malaysia, Dutch Lady, Nestle Malaysia, etc. And this was launched or established just very recently in this year, January 2021. And they have have worked with the industries. They have worked with the government and to provide and also have started with their voluntary EPRs.
Okay, I'm going already.
And this new plastic economy is under the Global Plastic Pact as well, and I believe that the England Plastic Pact is there. The Malaysian Plastic Pact has also been established, which is called the MPP, looking into the multi-stakeholder initiative and the circular economy initiative, and to also look into where are the leakages to actually close the gaps.
Boys, I'm going already.
Now, the most important part.
You want to say watch?
I think someone
Okay,
has
say
not
watch,
muted. All right, the most important part is to create this material flow analysis, okay, MFA. So this MFA is quite important, okay, for every type of the plastics to understand from the supply chain of the raw material is, okay, and then the converters like OBM and OEM, and then finally it goes to the distribution, then the waste collector and the recycler. So we will be able to understand when it comes to like even PET, let's say for instance, PET, we have PET for cosmetic items. Okay, we also have PET in food packaging and so on. And then when it comes to PP, we also have in different segments or different industries and so forth. So now we only have, most of the countries have the details about in tonnage, in weight, okay? But we need to understand when it comes to the environment, the Mother Earth, the environment will be able to absorb any form of weight, any form of weight and the density and so forth. But what the Mother Earth and the environment does not have here is the space. Okay. So if I'm going to tell you that 44 or 45 bottles of mineral water bottles is equivalent to 1 kg, all right. Yes, when we collect about 1 kg, 2 kg, and so on, it does not look big when it comes to the numbers in terms of weight. But if I'm going to put that 44 or 45 bottles in an area, and that is what is going to accumulate the space in the landfill, or even in the environment, or even in the ocean. Okay, and that is what the problem that we are facing. Okay, so in order to address this, we have to go back to the root to understand how this entire material flow works and where are the leakages. So like for the MFA that we have created, I have created for Malaysia, is where these are the red areas which I have marked, where we really do not have the data in the beginning. Okay, and when we do not have a data, it is very difficult for anyone to come up with a proper policy and to implement it, and even to solve the problem. Okay, so if we are not identifying where the actual problem is, so let's be open to identify where are the actual problem is. Okay, so with that, we need to understand that whatever technology is going to be there, or however we are going to manage, and even an advanced technology were to come in, we need to have a consistent supply of quality and quantity to support the advanced recycling technology. Therefore, it will be sustainable. Okay. And same goes here, as I mentioned this now, like for example, to example like this now, which I mentioned, like renewable source is costly, sometimes is affordability is there. And then, but when it comes to biodegradable, end of life treatment and disposal is not there, because we are based on landfill. So even if it is a biodegradable, it may not be necessary, it is going to degrade in the landfill, okay, or even in the ocean and so on. So it is all depends the type of biodegradability that we are using. And when it comes to multi-layered and so on, the industry is already moving ahead with different sort of technology, which I'm going to share you in a bit. Okay, these are the initiatives that from the SMEs, and also started with the MNCs and so forth, whereby they have pledged to rules, or even pledged to actions voluntary basis, to go like by 2030, by 2050, there will be 100% recycled and so forth, which is manageable or which is quantifiable. Okay. And then like certain UPC has now have paper straws have been replaced with paper straws and compared to plastic straws in the beginning. And the labels of the packaging now is made from paper, which is easier to recycle, and plastics on the inside, which is also designed for recycling, and also to make sure that it is being collected. It is not just a matter of design, but also to make sure that throughout the supply chain, it is being collected, it is being recycled, and so forth. So in sustainability and recycling of the plastics packaging, when it comes to the e-commerce and so forth, so the initiatives are being taken by the various stakeholders, like for example, shipping in smaller packaging, and then there are share and disposable on the recycling best practices, and also public-private partnership packaging collection, which is also being done by us for several companies. All right. As how in various other countries, now let let us face this fact. The first thing is the demand for plastics is increasing. Okay, we can't deny that. And also in the global arena, even in the UN, they know that it is increasing. At the same time, the waste is going to increase as well. But how are we going to go towards net zero or plastics neutral? All right. So there is an increase, there is a usage, there is a need for the usage, especially during pandemic, where we need like PPE and all this stuff. And people are also worried that about safety, about hygiene and so on. So, but at this moment, we do not have alternative. Okay. So when we do not have alternative, the only way forward is to manage. Okay. To certain areas or certain segments, yes, we have to ban, but the first priority is not straight away banning it, but we have to look into the importance of it. Okay, so the first thing is to start with for community, especially for households and so on, even the industry, is separation at source. Okay, we need to practice separation, and we need to understand like who are the countries who have done this successfully. Take a look at Taiwan, take a look at Japan, even South Korea, and certain part of the Asian countries where they have not banned any material, any product, because they have a good separation and they have a good system in terms of collection and recycling. So that is what we have learned over here as well.
Flow chart ante etla?
Flow chart. ఇది దేనికోసం?
So the other thing is, what we are doing is we are able to support the entire supply chain by visibility, verifiable, which of course data platform is important now to understand throughout the supply chain, and also to reduce the downtime, to also increase the pricing, because if at all we are only going to depend on the if at all we are going to just depend on the market price, then it is not sustainable. So we need to understand the entire flow. Okay, and this is how we work with the supply chain, throughout the supply chain, and not on an isolated manner, whereby when we produce, when we collect and so on, everyone throughout the supply chain will know under the one system what happens to the product, who collects it, who is recycling it, and what happened after it's being recycled and so on. Though the same producer are not using it, at least the secondary producer will be using it. So we will be able to have a traceability and also transparency over there. This is a front-end consumer app that we use. And from here, we will be able to identify the carbon emission per capita, per consumer, and also based on the products as well. And this is also gives a platform of educating the consumer, at the same time reward them as well. At the back end, we will be able to produce back end reports based on demographic, based on type, more detailed, very detailed kind of data. So only when we have detailed data, we will be able to come out with proper solutions, and to know how to manage it, and to understand where are the root cause is. Okay, products that is being collected, being converted into products. Brands like Body Shop have also started to do it, even at their own what we call outlets, where they give promotions and so on. So these are all both sides of the government, the industry, as well as the brand owners, the manufacturers, and the community are together doing it. This is from the medical industry, the non-contactable, starting with plastics, PVC. The non-contactable PVCs are being collected and converted into PVC hose and PVC boots. So the conclusion here is we need to work with the stakeholders throughout the supply chain and not isolated. Okay. Now, when we address the issues, we need to consider people, planet, and profit. Okay. Because if we are going to, there is no sustainability over there. The SDGs are not there when coming to people, planet, and profit. And either one area we are going to be, we have to sacrifice it, which any country can't afford to do that. So the most important part here is to address the root cause. So how to address the root cause is where we need to first thing create the MFA, which is the material flow analysis for plastics, let's say, for any product, for instance, detailed MFA. Then from there, we will be able to understand where are the leakages, where are the gaps, and what we need to do, and so forth. Then from there, we will be able to move on to have this content. And even now in Malaysia, the use for recycled content, like in England, I think many of you all would have read about this, where if now anyone were to export to UK, the packaging must have 40% recycled content or not, you will be taxed. Okay, so same thing, same other countries, developed countries are practicing this. In Malaysia, it is also about to start, whereby all the plastic materials must have recycled content, minimum starting with 20%. So the demand for recycled plastics is also increasing. All right. So if there's no supply, there's no collection, there's no recycling as well. So wherever we need to reduce, that's where we need to reduce. And wherever we need to reuse and increase the recycling rate, that is where we have to identify and follow through that. So the upcoming technology for globally and also for Malaysia will be from mechanical to chemical recycling, because mechanical recycling will have some sort of limitations, but chemical recyclings will be definitely be able to recycle more plastic products compared to mechanical recycling. With that, thank you very much. I'm open for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Umeshwara, for your excellent presentation and very useful, and you have introduced new concepts, especially the usage of ICT in plastic recycling, also the process flow analysis method, and it is very much useful to us. And now the discussion is open for other audience. Sergi, do you want to ask any question? Koteswar Rao, sir.
Yeah, Madhavanji.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, good afternoon.
Very nice lecture, sir. Moheshwar, sir. Very nice interaction. Sir, another I want that the government participation is very, very important, sir, because I'm as a professor, curriculum based, because as per curriculum in BSc or if you take BTech, just we are only elective one paper will be there, not compulsory. So the implementation of plastics, the paper should be as a compulsory, like in terms of renewable and non-renewable resources. The resources are very, very important nowadays, sir. Okay, so that is a basic theme should be that government should compulsory that, like we studied intermediate botany, zoology, chemistry, compulsory subject in between intermediate. This is a stage between child and degree, intermediate. So from the root level only, we should bring one subject, particular the environmental science. It should be compulsory, and it should be like grading and everything should be there, sir. That is my aspect to introduce in curriculum in schools and colleges level, sir.
Yeah, in terms of that, in Malaysia, yes, these recycling practices and sustainability practices are very much active in all schools here. So we even have competitions. We also have like lots of activities here as well.
Okay, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for
Okay, sir.
your
Thank you.
valuable question, because certainly the plastic recycling and the environmental aspects have to be introduced from this curriculum as a compulsory subject, and it has to be incorporated in the educational policies of our countries. I think still there is not a formal policy to incorporate the recycling of waste and also the plastics in the school curriculum. So it's a very good point. So I'm now getting a note of that, and so we also can communicate with the policymakers to include these particular aspects in the education, the school level education. Are there any other? Yes, Amila. Amila, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Umeswara, for a nice overview about Malaysia, especially that roadmap and other aspects. I think there are so many things Sri Lanka can learn from that Malaysian example. And I was also exposed to the Malaysian situation because maybe you know that UNESCO Closing the Loop project was there in Kuala Lumpur city. So during last 1 year, so we were also working. So very much happy to see that sharing that information, and thank you for mentioning about Japan as well. So it is true that in Japan, so there are without policies, there are so many volunteer actions, like there are cosmetic industry. So the microbead usage is voluntarily the companies avoiding kind of things. But same time, I think recently government is doing some policy interventions. For example, like the per capita plastic bag consumption in Japan is very high. Like it is 450 bags per person every year. So it's a huge number. So, and recently, so they implement certain policies, like you cannot give free bags. So you need to charge at least 3 yen. So it means like 6 rupees per bag. And there are certain kind of interventions. And now I think people start using more and more reusable bags. Yes. Yeah, I just want to mention that. And thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for that as well. Yes, in you see what's happening and what I'm trying to put upon here is this: when we are ban or tax is going to be the last option if at all you're looking at plastic sustainability. Okay, ban or tax is going to be your last option only if you are looking at plastic sustainability. But if you are looking, and of course, me being an environmentalist, that if you are only looking at environmental concern, then of course it is very easy for any country to just ban plastics. But then what is the alternative going to be? And the alternative going to be expensive. And then in order to move towards that, of course, we need to educate, we need to create the awareness, amongst the producers, the consumers, and so on. Okay. But the experience here in Malaysia was the other way around. So they introduced the ban first, but it does not take off well, because it was not supported by the industries and so forth. But then when they truly understood the entire situation in a holistic approach, then we identified where are the issues, like something like what Japan is doing now. Okay, so the issue is accumulation of plastics, which we need to reduce. Wherever we need to reduce, we need to reduce. Wherever we can reuse, we have to reuse, and the final stage will be recycling. Over to you, Mr. Madhavan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Umeswara. thank you so much for your time and very valuable presentation and providing new concepts. And thank you, Amila, also for asking a question, and thank you all other participants. Also, I can't remember his name, who have suggested to incorporate the pollution issue in the school education. It is also very much important. So now we can move on to the next session, which is on design, collect, partner, giving back life to pet plastic packaging. That will be presented by Mr. Lakshan Madhurasinghe. He is the regional head, regional lead for public affairs, communications and sustainability for Coca-Cola in Sri Lanka, Maldives, Nepal and Bhutan. Mr. Lakshan Madhurasinghe counts over 17 years of experience in a broad array of industries, including banking, FMCG, construction, and the international development sector. His diverse academic background includes management, diplomacy, and international relations, human resource management, psychology, and economics. He is currently employed at Coca-Cola Sri Lanka Private Limited as the regional lead for public affairs, communications, and sustainability. And in this role, he provides Sri Lanka, Maldives, Nepal, and Bhutan businesses with functional guidance in government relations, policy advocacy, sustainability, community relations, industry representation, communications, media relations, and crisis management. He has previously been engaged in the International Labour Organization and has consulted. He is an avid promoter of decent, safe, and affordable housing for all, and has been closely associated with Habitat for Humanity in Sri Lanka since 2009 in alleviating poverty housing across the island, and from 2015 to 18 served as the president and chairman of the National Board of Directors. He is presently a goodwill ambassador for Habitat for Humanity in Sri Lanka. He is the present president of American Chamber of Commerce in Sri Lanka and has served on the board of the American Chamber of Commerce since 2017. He also presently serves on the advisory boards of Stafford International School, AIESEC, world's largest youth-led organization. He's a member on the governing council of the Sri Lanka Plastic Packaging Association and is an influencer on the International Council for Circular Economy. He is an alumna of the University of London and also served as the international chapter leader for the alumni of University in Sri Lanka. Lakshan has been involved in collection and trading pet plastic waste, and he was the large collector during the period of 2007 and 2019 as well. So it's over to you, Lakshan. Thank you so much for your willingness and also allocating your valuable time with your very busy schedule for this valuable webinar, and it's over to you, Lakshan.
Thank you very much, Madhavan. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
great. I'll just share my, I think I'll have to share my presentation. One second. I kindly request you to stop sharing, Madhavan, so I can then upload mine.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, Lakshan. Now you can share.
Thank you. One second. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, Lakshan, yes.
Okay. Thank you, and good afternoon, good evening to everyone. First, I would like to thank the Industrial Services Bureau, ISB, and Mr. Nilakant, Mr. Madhavan for this opportunity that has been provided to Coca-Cola and myself to make this presentation at this important event and webinar. I have titled my presentation under Design, Collect, and Partner, and I will be discussing primarily the PET package and the work that we are doing as Coca-Cola in Sri Lanka predominantly, but I'll be touching on a few aspects of some regional examples as well. So, in terms of the title of the webinar, Recycling of Plastic Waste, an Integrated Circular Economic Approach. So if I look at the two titles, if I break it up, we are here to discuss on recycling of plastic waste and the integrated circular economic approach. And our past speakers have touched on this very eloquently. So I just want to break up first in the beginning, the recycling of plastic waste component. It might sound very basic, but I think it's very important. When you look at packaging, there are three things that we need to understand, which works when you are either a corporate member or whether you're in civil society or in government making policy. It's the understanding of the characteristics and the nature of the packaging that we are speaking about. So in my case, in the presentation, we're talking about PET. PET, which is distinguished by the number 1 in the 3 arrows that chase one another in the recycling logo, denotes PET packaging. And one of the strong characteristics that it brings to the table, besides it being strong, lightweight, and valuable, it is recyclable. It is recyclable, and that is something which is very important for everyone to realize when it comes to the subject matter of PET plastics. The second, once you understand the nature and characteristic of what a package offers in terms of recyclability, you need to be able to identify the various types of that package in the marketplace, whether it's in the home, in the market. We need to be able to educate, make aware, make known what types of packaging exist under that particular pillar and category. When you take PET, often what we always hear is the carbonated soft drinks, the water bottles, etc. But we often forget the plethora of other items that exist. These are products just found in any common home. I have these products in my home. So when you look at sanitizers today, people often don't realize what they're carrying is recyclable. It's PET. Your mouthwash, whether it's juice, dishwash liquid, baby products, medicine, drinking yogurt, biscuit trays, even when you buy a new shirt, the plastic under the collar, all these products are PET, which thereby means it's recyclable. So it's important for us to have that awareness and put programs in place that educate the public of how to distinguish and identify the recyclable plastics that they come into contact with day to day. And third, most importantly, to understand that most plastics, PET in particular, if I must say, is not waste. We should not identify PET as waste or something that is rubbish or belongs in the garbage or a landfill or a waterway. No, it has inherent value. It has tremendous value. And I'll just go through these slides really quickly, but this showcases some examples of items that are made with PET plastics. So the items on the left, my speaker later on, Manoj, will speak about Eco Spindles. These are their products. You have MAS, who will also speak soon later, who has made the cricket jersey which our cricketers wore in 2019 and 2021 in the World Cup, made out of plastic bottles, and various other garments and products that have potential to be made from PET. There are collaborations which Coca-Cola and Diesel have had in terms of turning out some garments, and as you see on the screen, you have companies like Parley that work with Adidas for shoes, and various items do come out. In Sri Lanka, we have a company called Pigeon Island that makes beachwear rather from PET, recycled PET bottles, and fabrics, and so many other items. Emirates also does use the blankets made out of recycled PET products. So swimwear, blankets, carpets, fabrics are also possible. There is accessories and items like these that you see on the screen, which some of them have a mix of PET and other items, but some are made and turned out of 100% PET. Of course, the popular and well-known Eco Brick, which is made from constructing from toilets to houses to even government buildings and offices around the world, have been made out of Eco Bricks, which the main base is PET, and you have the non-recyclables going into it. We have water bottles being turned into roofing tiles. We have had recycled PET bricks used in Argentina for housing construction. And of course, a certain amount of PET that goes into making of roads as well. And you get a lot of other cute products that use plastics and PET in terms of water bottle, animal feeders, gardening products, etc. This is an example of something we did in Sri Lanka a few years ago for Christmas. I put it up because Christmas is now upon us. But what we did was the World Trade Center is we provided the bottles to a very creative design company and designers who turned these, Christmas decorations and decor and decorated the entire World Trade Center out of recycled PET. It was beautiful. So I just put these pictures, images up to show you that there is tremendous value if we truly recognize the type of plastics and items that we deal with on a day-to-day basis. So I want to go through a few steps that Coca-Cola has taken globally as well as Sri Lanka to address the packaging that we put out into market. And this ties into the second part of the webinar today in terms of the integrated circular economic approach. We are completely aligned to that strategy. It has to be integrated. There has to be a circular economic flow and approach to what we do. And there are certain basics that we must look at when we put together a program when it comes to collection and recycling of plastics. Number one, it is important to set an agenda. It is important to set a vision. Corporates, multinational companies like us, we have presence in many markets. Coca-Cola is present in 207 markets. And therefore, we have announced World Without Waste, which is our agenda. It's an ambitious environment program set by Coca-Cola in 2018. And basically what the agenda speaks about is three things, 3 goals and 3 targets that we have put as system, which is applicable everywhere we operate. So we aim to collect and recycle a bottle or a can for every one that we sell by 2030, the equivalent of which we sell. Number 2, we want to make our packaging 100% recyclable by 2025. So all our primary packaging that goes out to market must be recyclable, because that's where you need to start. For something to be recycled, it has to be recyclable. So we are behind that agenda. And the third, that 50% of our bottles and cans must be made out of recycled material. There must be recycled content that goes into the manufacture of our packaging of bottles and cans. So this was the overarching goal that we have set ourselves. And what that does is, in each of our markets, we have programs that set out to accomplish these goals. Sri Lanka, we call our program Give Back Life. And we are focused on the PET package because it is our primary package that we use in the market, and it's recyclable. So we are doing everything that we can to go about recycling. What are we after in Sri Lanka? We are after any package with the number 1 on it. It's not just our brands, our products. It can be any brand. It could be, any water bottle, juice bottle, any product which has number 1. And over the last 2 to 3 years, we have managed to collect back 24 million bottles for recycling in Sri Lanka, and which is about 800,000 kilos plus. We do have a long way to go. The journey is a long runway. There's a long journey ahead of us, but we have commenced that journey in Sri Lanka a few years ago, and we are very committed to that cause and intend to be packaging neutral, to be able to say that whatever we put out in market, we are responsible to collect back for recycling. So this is sort of the circular economy flow. Our exclusive recycling partner is EcoSpindles, and you'll hear from them later. But what we do is put in the infrastructure, the necessary systems to collect PET, which is then crushed, baled. It's put into the hot washing process, converted to flakes, and then sent. And in EcoSpindles factory, it's manufactured to make monofilaments, which goes into brushes, or yarn, which then goes into many companies and products. The impact is threefold, fourfold really. It reduces the environment pollution because we are taking out recyclable items from the environment which should not belong in a landfill or any waterway or burnt openly. It supports livelihoods because there's income generated from people when they do collect. I know this because I was a collector of PET, as mentioned in the introduction. It leads to export earnings to the country because these are products that are exported to many countries and brands by EcoSpindles. And fourth, it reduces the virgin import dependency because some of these products would have probably been made by virgin material like the brushes. But now instead, recycled content goes into manufacturing. It ties into the SDGs, and it's good for the environment because you're using less virgin material. I won't spend too much. I know EcoSpindles team will speak more on this, but these are the brands, and this is the great work that they do in Sri Lanka, and it's actually a blessing to have a company like this in the country. But the next step that we needed to set ourselves is pillars under which we operate. So we have 3 strategic areas of focus: design, collect, and partner. Under design, we continue to lightweight our packaging. So we use less virgin material in a PET bottle year on year, in our bottle caps. So you use less material, and that's what we face as lightweighting of packaging. And that translates into thousands of metric tons over the overall amount that we produce. Under collect, I will speak about it, but we fundamentally operate under 4 pillars of setting up strategic collection bins, setting up of regional PET collection centers, supporting cleanup programs in the country, and driving education and awareness. And third, for me, most importantly, partnerships. Partnerships with government, civil society, the private sector, youth organizations, the media, and very, very especially the informal sector. I'll just touch upon design. So globally, Coca-Cola has made a lot of innovations when it comes to packaging in general, but under PET, the beautiful thing is that we have packaging, so rPET. So where today Coca-Cola has launched a PET product, PET bottle made out of 100% recycled plastic. It is possible. It is possible at a 30%, 40%, 50% rate, even up to 100%. We have returnable and refillable PET, where, like glass comes back and you refill it and put it out to the market. The technology exists to do this with PET as well. So we have launched recyclable packaging, rPET, in markets. Bangladesh, in our region of India and Southwest Asia, very recently launched PET out of recycled content in Bangladesh. We have made products out of ocean plastic. We have looked at design in other ways, where we look at converting the colors to clear packaging. So for example, a water bottle from blue tint, we have moved to clear plastics because there is more value when something is clear, because there's more recyclable applications, and it's easier to recycle when something is clear, and there are more applications that you can put it towards. And also, when you take brand Sprite in some of the markets, we are now slowly, gradually moving to clear bottles. We've just launched it in Maldives a couple of weeks ago, and we'll be launching in the market of Bhutan end of this month in clear plastic for Sprite. So we are doing these design changes while also transitioning to alternative packaging like glass, like aluminium, where possible, where required. So we have a balanced portfolio of glass, aluminium, and PET. When I look at collection, this is an important piece. It is probably the most important, segregation and collection. It's important to set yourself a model. This is a learning that we've had, and we have learned from failures as well. There have been lessons learned. But in the process, we have come up with this model where we realized what Sri Lanka requires. It's important that you tailor make situations depending on the landscape of those countries. Just because a solution works in one part of the world, it doesn't mean it automatically works here. So it depends on the landscape, it depends on the infrastructure and what's available. So we are putting in different bins, collection protocols. We have collection partners like Eco Friends, Shanti Sustainable, and we work with the 400 plus collectors which exist in the country, the network of collectors, and we have a recycling partner, Eco Spindles. But in between, there are lots of things that we're doing, which I'll talk about in terms of how are we going about putting in the infrastructure in Sri Lanka. But a model needs to be established, and this is the model that we're working with in Sri Lanka. One of the key things that you need to start off, and this is where we have history with ISB in 2018, you need to collect data. Baseline studies are important. You find in various markets, not just in Sri Lanka, there is a lack of information and data, accurate data, real-time data that has been researched thoroughly. And we did this for us when we set out in 2018 using the services of ISB under a project that we funded with Asia Foundation in Sri Lanka. And the baseline study provided a lot of important data to set our strategy together. We have also, with the support of Asia Foundation, put out handbooks, training handbooks, which are used and are useful to the government and the public sector, local authorities, to set up sustainable models for PET bottle recycling across Sri Lanka. So research and providing learnings in terms of training is important. The next is, we realized whatever we do and we set out to do in any of our markets, we need to impact livelihoods. We need to bring that economic value to people, to the informal sector. We need to upgrade lives, provide incomes, provide the possibility of people to scale their incomes. And there's a lot of money in waste, but the thing is that you need to extract the value from that waste. You have piles of waste, garbage piled up in landfills and burnt, but there's tremendous value there. There's tremendous value at the home, which you need to go, which is the source. The homeowners need to know what value exists around them so that people in the informal sector, can benefit and have a livelihood and earn good money from this. And also, in terms of our bins network, as I mentioned, we have a network of over 500 bins today in Sri Lanka. We have set up bins in all these localities that you see on your screen. Some are public state enterprises, some are private. We have over 125 active partnerships with these different players, different actors who are partners with us on Give Back Life. So the bin network has given us the opportunity to create partnerships, which is very important. It could be with the Police Environment Protection Division. This is one example of those 125 partnerships, just one. And this, I'm using these 3-4 pictures to show you the types of bins that we have as well. This captures around 50 kilos at a time. It was designed with a few features in mind, and we have placed them across temples as well in Sri Lanka. We have smaller bins designed for highways at toll gates that a commuter can just throw. It hits the back of the board and falls in, and then it's picked up for recycling. So these drop-off bins, these drop-off locations are very important. This was a special project that we worked with Eco-Spindles at the harbors and ports. Sri Lanka being an island nation, we have fishermen and fisher folk that take lots of water bottles out to sea. So today they have a place to come back and dispose of their bottles. And this collects 5,000 kilos, 5 metric tons of capacity is available. And it's a larger bin structure that we have placed around the island. Pet collection centers. We realize that, we need to set up more infrastructure. We need to set up strategic collection points, and we have dedicated collection centers now across the country as well, equipped with baling machines and crushers, bins and bags. And this was a project again with the Asia Foundation, where we have centers established in the north, east, south, and west of the country. And going forward, this is a special remark and note that I would like to make. This is a key learning for Sri Lanka. We believe very strongly, as does our partner Eco-Spindles, that MRFs is what is needed for Sri Lanka. We need to have material recovery facilities, not just pet collection centers, but centers which can collect other valuable items like paper, cardboard, metal, high intensity polystyrene like yogurt cups, HDP, PP, and thereafter have it segregated, color separated, baled, washed where necessary, and then given to recyclers. So this is an example of a center in Ratnapura. We have 2 MRFs that we have put in place in Sri Lanka, in Panudura and Ratnapura, and we plan to put up 8 more MRFs in Sri Lanka next year. And this is a model that we're rolling out in many of our markets across India and Southwest Asia. Partnerships are vital. They are key. You can't do this alone, and we know that. It's a huge space when you look at waste. So we have active partnerships, and we believe in public-private partnerships. It is vital, it is necessary and key. So we have partnerships with the Waste Management Authority in Sri Lanka, as I mentioned, the Ceylon Fishery Harbour Corporation, with the police. We have private partnerships. This is our most recent partnership, an exciting program with the largest private supermarket chain in Sri Lanka, Cargill's. We have just set up bins at 44 of their locations in partnership again with the Eco-Spindles, and we'll be scaling that up in 2022. So partnerships are vital, and we look forward to public-private partnerships, and we have a few in the pipeline to come as well. Like this project is one of the largest projects of a PPP example in Sri Lanka. We have worked with 108 local authorities in the country. We have 330 plus local authorities. We've worked with 108 to set up 17 collection centers equipped with baling machines. We have put together a very robust curriculum on community training manuals and pet and plastics waste management with the regulator, which is the Central Environment Authority in Sri Lanka. It consists of posters, videos, and training, which we are going to roll out to thousands of schools across the country very soon with the support of CEA. And these bins are going to be placed in schools. We have community bins. We have these centers set up. And it's a great example of an active public-private partnership that we're involved with Solidaridad, which is our international NGO partner. And these are some examples. These are not annual collection figures, but more like the first half of the year. But it showcases that with the right capacity, the right intervention, that you can really recover PET and, for that matter, any packaging, as long as you meet the gaps, you fill the gaps that are in the landscape of that country. Another important lesson and what we have learned is you have to work with youth. They have amazing ideas. They are champions of the society, and they're very excited, motivated. And we have done exciting programs with ISAC, with Road Track in Sri Lanka. This is an example of Road Track project where we had 50 beach cleanups done last year with over 2,000 volunteers. And we were able to collect 80,000 plus PET bottles from that initiative alone. And from that experience, we decided not to do or not to focus too much on one-off beach cleanups. And this is our most recent, we have not really announced it really, but just a couple of months ago, we took on a challenge to make a difference on what is known as the dirtiest beach in the country, which is the Crow Island Beach, in partnership with the Clean Ocean Force. So this project is a year-long project where we have daily waste collection, daily segregation, and it's daily sent to recyclers. And we work with Samudri beneficiaries in partnership with the Environment Police and the relevant government authorities through the Clean Ocean Force group that is doing amazing work on a daily basis. Every morning we have people going out and cleaning these beaches, because it takes a marathon effort. It takes sustained effort and commitment to make it look like this from morning to evening. So, and there's a lot of recovery of recyclable plastics that we are seeing from that project. And another important piece is awareness, is education. So we take a lot of time to put together, to go to schools, to have assemblies, to meet with government partners like mayors, to address universities, to be on programs, to showcase what we can do together. It's a partnership. So we need to educate people on how to identify PET. What is PET? What can it become? How can you give it back another life and another purpose and use? So we do that through education awareness. We have built a lot of material, posters, and as I mentioned, a lot of curriculum and investment has gone in to have the right programs in place. And we roll this out on community initiatives. We are going to be scaling up our digital and social reach from next year onwards. We've been doing a lot. We've done a bit more this year, but we have a lot more to do on digital, and that's going to be our focus in 2022 and beyond. And finally, there's a lesson learned in terms of how to improve collection efficiency with the use of technology, innovation. We piggyback on an app that EcoSpindles has put together, which showcases the bin network in the country. We have an agency that monitors our bin network. As I mentioned, we have 500 bins. So there are investments we have made on third-party groups that come on board to manage our network. We have looking at a version 2.0 of our bins with solar paneling, a digital look to it, where you can measure the weight that comes into the bin. The bin sends a message to a collector when it's almost full. And there's so many features that we're trialing out, and we're about to launch into the marketplace very soon. And of course, we do a lot of internal reporting, and we are supportive, and we have been part of the EPR program in Sri Lanka for the last 3 years. And we're looking forward to voluntary EPR being rolled out in Sri Lanka next year. And these are examples. We've been already practicing voluntary extended producer responsibility, and we believe that items like PET, don't belong in a banning category. You know, PET is not the problem. There is mismanagement of the package, which is true. But we need to work together to scale collection, so to ensure that a package which is recyclable is recycled. And in turn, it adds value to the economy, it supports livelihoods. And this is an infographic that gives you a snapshot of our program in Sri Lanka. So we are practicing EPR. We have a lot more in our plans for 2022 and beyond to ensure we become packaging neutral, to ensure that we collect back every bottle that we sell and go beyond that and do more as well. And we don't want to leave any bottle behind, because it belongs in the hands of a recycler. It deserves to be recycled and given back another life and purpose. Thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity. Over to you, Madhavan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lakshan. You are not only a professional, but you are also a great activist, and you do all of these efforts from your heart. And we are very lucky to know about you, Lakshan, since the last 3 years. And thank you so much also for the valuable inputs which we have, which we could be able to incorporate in the proposal with ACTED, which we got very recently. So hopefully we will definitely work together to make a change in the country and also to show as a model to the other parts of the world. Thank you so much, Lakshan. And now it is open for discussion. Audience, it is open for the audience. I have one question, Lakshan. That is about the app you were telling. And can you just briefly explain how does it work? Because it is very important to know about that.
Yeah, Madan, definitely, you know, technology and innovation like that is very important. Actually, the app was developed by EcoSpindles. So I'm sure Manoj can share a little more, but basically the features of the app, what it does is it gives you that awareness of where the nearest bin is situated to your locality, your location. Because, you know, drop-off bins, you know, you have curbside recycling and, you know, all these measures that are taken globally. And sometimes people want to actually segregate their waste and take it to a location, but they don't know where to go. So invariably what happens is they give it to wherever they can, to a truck that comes by, but we don't necessarily know what happens to it thereafter. You know, so when it goes into one of these bins, our bins, you know, that's going to be picked up for recycling, because we make sure that takes place. So the bin gives you that awareness to a homeowner, to a citizen who wants to segregate and be part of that ecosystem. They know where the nearest bin is. So that's what EcoSpindles has done. So we have been able to plug our bin locations and our network of 500 bins into that app as well.
Thank you very much. It is a great initiation. And I think the awareness also should be there in a broad level. Hopefully it will go, the awareness raising program would go with the new project interventions from different agencies. And it's also better if you can disseminate the information to the other agencies also about this app. It is very much useful, especially the Department of Education and then the environmental movements and also the UN agencies, etc.
Yes, good point. Thank you.
Thank you, Lakshan. It's a kind of fascinating presentation. Thank you very much. We also had a kind of sort of discussion with Lakshan earlier. your innovations and the project is very much impressed. And that basically I have two simple questions. One is you mentioned clearly that you are working with the children education, the school children. How do you work with that? You talk about the curricula and other things. Are you working with the Ministry of Education, or how do you do that? First question. Second, are you working with civil society organization or community-based organization? Of course, you are working with the youths and other people. How do you work, or do you have any plan to work with civil society organization and community-based whatever? Thank you.
Sure. Thanks for the question. So on the education at schools, there are two things actually there. Number one, we get invited to schools to come and talk to their students and their kids, and assemblies are organized. What we do normally is we roll out a partnership with our collection bin. So then we are given opportunity for 15 minutes to talk to the kids to have a display of what are the PET in your home. Go back, segregate it, bring it to school. We go with our shirts and t-shirts and all the products, like even for this shirt, for example, is made out of PET. So we showcase all the material that can be made, and the kids that way learn, engage with us, and then they can identify with the bin that is in the school, because just putting a bin doesn't mean anything. So we have that opportunity to come and present, and our team looks forward to those opportunities. It's a nice interaction. The second is a larger program. We worked with the Central Environment Authority for over a year to put this curriculum together, which composes of 2-hour, 3-hour program with videos and posters. And unfortunately, due to COVID and the school closures, and we were unable to go into the schools. But now, from 2022, we'll be going in with the support of the CEA, who will go into the schools and educate the children on PET, but overall plastic waste. And this curriculum composed of all those elements. So that is how we are going about the schools. And the initial plan was to go into 4,000 schools with this program, 40% of all schools in the country. But the CEA has expressed interest to find a way of going into 100%, almost 10,000 schools, because it's a well-designed program. So that would take time, but initially we would go into the 4,000 schools. The second point on civil society, Coca-Cola, we believe in a golden triangle approach, where we work with the government, the private sector, which is Coca-Cola, and civil society. That's a triangular approach that we do. Most of our funding comes with the support of the Coca-Cola Foundation, and we have to work through a civil society partner, an NGO or an INGO in the country. Most of the projects with ACTED, Solidaridad, Sevenatha, we have been working in that fashion, as well as our other programs on water stewardship, etc. So we actively work with several civil society partners, and also we look forward to working with CBOs in communities. I've always been keen to see how we can work with women-based CBOs. I feel there's a huge potential there that we have not tapped yet, in terms of even bringing women into the informal sector as collectors. Tremendous. And even artisan programs to convert PET into products, because we do this brilliantly in Africa, Coca-Cola and CBOs in Africa, where we have jewelry and handbags and purses and so many products, hundreds of products being made and then sold globally for $50, $100 an item. It's amazing income that these communities get. So we are very keen to explore working with more grassroots, CBO, women-based organizations as well. But we have to, in a way, work with civil society. That's our model, especially with the larger funding that we bring in from the Coca-Cola Foundation.
Thank you, Lakshman. We have a kind of opportunity to work together in some extent with our new project, as Madhav said. We'll discuss further and work together. Thank you very much.
Happy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sudham, for asking a great question. Thank you very much, Lakshan, and also Thank you, Lakshan, for mentioning about the involvement, possibility, and the potential for the involvement of women in the plastic waste value chain. And 3 years back also, we also found when we did the baseline survey for the PET plastic collection, which was funded by you, the Coca-Cola Foundation Sri Lanka, and which we have done for the Asia Foundation. There's a huge potential for the women in different sectors like urban, peri-urban, and also the rural sectors. So their willingness is also very high. And also, apart from the women, the school students, the involvement of youth, very young youth, is also very much high. So there's a high potential. So in the future projects, definitely we can focus on that. Thank you, Lakshan.
Sure.
Any more questions? So thank you so much, Lakshan, for your valuable time and for the great presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we will move on to the next session. The next session is on why recycling is valuable to the apparel industry and the role recycling plays in reaching climate targets. That is by Dhanuji Jayapala. He is the manager, environmental sustainability at Mars Consolidated Private Limited, Sri Lanka. Dhanuji is a manager, environmental sustainability at the Central Sustainability Team of Mars. He has been engaging in environmental sustainability for Mars for over 10 years, working primarily on energy efficiency, renewable energy, and circularity. He is a graduate of the Faculty of Engineering, University of Peradeniya, and holds an MBA from the University of Wolverhampton and obtained a project management professional qualification in 2018. He is also a PMP certified project manager. Dhanuji is currently a member of HIC Project Tools Strategic Council for Sustainable Apparel Collections and a member of the Consumer Consultative Committee of the Public Utilities Commission of Sri Lanka. He is currently in his current role at Mars. Dhanuji is focused on achieving Mars's long-term emission targets and value enhancement. His interests are product life cycle assessment, EV futures, and carbon capture and storage techniques. Let me just talk about Mars. Mars is the biggest private sector, the corporate sector company in Sri Lanka, the Sri Lankan based global company, and a contract manufacturer for different global brands, established in 1987 and now having a great network in different countries. And we are very happy and proud to have a person from Mars Holdings. So it is over to you, Dhanuji.
Thank you, Madhavan. Shall I share my screen?
Sure.
I hope everybody can see my screen.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Right. Good afternoon, everyone. I actually have a rather a long titled presentation, but my presentation is actually very small. Since everybody here is either recycling expert or or even community working with a lot of projects. I thought I was going to talk about something different, much more on the economic side, and why everybody should be working with these expert companies to develop recycling technologies, and why there's going to be big opportunity in the future on recycled products. Not just about plastics, but in general, how the recycling plays a bigger role in reaching the global climate targets, which is now we are feeling the real heat of the climate change. So with that, I'll start. But before that, you got a quick introduction about MAs, but some of the things that we do apart from working on our business, we do work a lot on sustainability, and a lot of them internally, but some of the commonly highlighted projects that we do with outside parties and community on the environment. I think 3 years ago, we were able to do aerial reforestation with Sri Lanka Air Force. And we have done over 2,000 acres of habitat restoration. We are done mangrove restoration across the coastal areas in the country. And I think linked to this theme, I think we were able to do a trash trap in the Dehiwala Canal. That was about 1.5 years ago, and which was a big success, which was able to trap over about 70 to 80 tons. And we got the support of people like Coca-Cola to Eco-Spindles to get these things recycled and get the trash collection and all of those. And that has been a great project for us, and we are expanding on this network as well. So that's about MAs, but that's not the topic of discussion for today. So I'll move on to that. So talking in general about Sri Lankan apparel industry, because this is an international forum. So Sri Lankan apparel industry generates $5 to $6 billion of annual revenue, and it creates jobs for 350,000 direct employment, and indirectly due to other services, or about 500,000. And this also represents 36% of the Sri Lanka's export income, and about 10%, about 7% of the national GDP. So Sri Lanka is known as a trusted partner by world-leading brands like VS Nike, M&S, PVH. And Sri Lanka is generally known as most sustainable and an innovative location by these brands. So I hope everybody knows the climate challenge we are having. So the global, for those who are probably to give a little refresher. So the global warming is happening since the Industrial Revolution because of the man-made CO2 emissions. And we have registered roughly about 1.27 degrees of mean global average temperature rise since the Industrial Revolution. And the impacts, we are currently experiencing some of those impacts. And the entire world is now targeting to reduce the global emissions by keeping it under 2 degrees, which means we have a very limited budget of emissions for the next 80 years. So now So far, it has been the governments who have taken this the brunt of work and the responsibility. Now it has been understood that the private sector also needs to engage because it cannot be just done through government. It has to be done through private sector as well. So they have made commitments to reduce this. So like you see on the screen, the main fashion brands, which according to different sources, roughly is responsible for about 5 to 8% of global emissions, are setting themselves a target to neutralize their emissions. So everybody's either try be zero by 2040 or 50 or even 2030. So this is the targets they are saying, and the approach they are going to have will have impacts throughout its supply chain. So this is going to be a very important point for countries who are into a lot of apparel manufacturing, like Sri Lanka, India, Bangladesh, Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, because these are the main countries that all of these manufacturing happens. So so how do you do the impacts? So the correct way for you to analyze any kind of impact is through a life cycle analysis, which as mentioned on this definition, which is a method to evaluate environmental impact of a product through its life cycle, encompassing extraction and processing of raw materials to its final disposal. So looking at all stages of a life of a product is only way that we can see where the impacts are created and how we are going to reduce it. So the next, if you look at a typical apparel product life cycle, you start with fiber manufacturing, then you go to fabric production, and then it will become a garment, and then you will have transportation of the garment, probably from a developing country to a developed world, and then you will finally have the consumer use, and it will create the end of life. So at the end of life, you will either dispose it, either goes to landfill or do convert it back to energy. So this is the typical life cycle. But the difference we can do is we can probably convert some of these recycle back to fabric. So the waste finally after use a garment, if it can be done, it can be converted back to a fabric, and then it can go through the same life cycle. So yeah, so using the next example, which is available publicly, we'll see why that is important. So if you look at this is a life cycle analysis of a jean published by Levi's. I'm sure everybody is aware of the brand Levi's, which is a denim. So they have done this life cycle assessment, I think in about 2015, yeah, for their 501 series. It's a cotton denim. So they have analyzed. So I have two graphs here, one on the emissions impact of each phase. The other one is on the water consumption. So if you look at the emissions of water, so you see where the water is consumed. So our common conception is the fabric manufacturing requires a lot of water, so that most of your water and energy is consumed during fabric manufacturing because it needs a lot of time. But when you do the life cycle assessment, you see that water is not just used in fabric manufacturing. It's much more in the consumer use, because consumer will use it for, let's say, 5 to 6 years, and they will be probably washing it once a month. So that will have a lot of consumption. But also the other aspect that we are not seeing is the growing of the cotton. So because it's a naturally grown plant, it requires a lot of water. If you look at emissions, a similar case, it requires highest amount of energy during the consumer phase and then fabric manufacturing, but also at fiber level. So this example shows the impacts are probably be hidden somewhere in places that we don't think it's actually is happening. So if you want to cut down emissions impacts from your products, you probably can tap into other areas or multiple areas to reduce it and have an impact. Logically thinking about this, if in this case, if you want to cut down water, the most effective thing is to avoid this fiber and fiber manufacturing water and fiber manufacturing emissions as well. So when we look at it, and if we bring consumer after consumer use, if we can bring that product back to fabric level, it will avoid most of this water and most of these emissions through the recycling process. So your impacts will be largely removed. So that is why recycling is really important for the industry to reduce its impacts. Next, I will move to something called Higg MSI. Yeah, so these are other impacts that we see on Levi's. This is on nutrification and land occupation. So all of these can be reduced by if you can do recycling, because it will avoid the need to grow the fiber, which is in this case cotton, and which will also remove the need to have this is eutrophication, which is caused by your fertilizer. This is for the fertilizer use. So all these, so this is why, like I said, the importance of the recycling. So if you go to MSI, MSI is the Material Sustainability Index, which was developed by Nike. Now it's a publicly available tool through Sustainable Apparel Coalition website. So if you go to portal.higg.org, you will be able to access this data. So they have kind of, what they have done is they have kind of indexed the life cycle data from global life cycle databases. And so you can use them as indices to see what's your impact changing based on the materials that you are using. So we look at first firstly through cotton. So so the conventional fiber production is using 8.8 times global warming. So this is not in either kilograms or any other unit. So they have, like I said, it's indexed. So eutrophication 12.2, 55.1, and 3.88 chemistry impact. And when you look at organic cotton, which seems to be better, which uses less global warming, less water, but your chemistry impacts are a little bit high. But if you can get recycled fabric, you see that your global warming goes down, your environmental, your water scarcity goes down as well. So this is what we are seeing. So to reduce your impacts, even better, your best option would be not just going for organic. If you can go for recycled materials, that would be better. So we'll look at another material that is very popular in manufacturing of garments, which is polyester. So these comes in two sources. Some comes directly from fossil fuel and some from PBT pellets. So either way, these are causing, let's say, 9.66, 11.5 kind of global warming to make these materials. But now I think next Manoj is going to talk from Ecospindles, how they are doing. So a process like that, if we could avoid the materials, then it will reduce the impacts by about 10% with chemical recycled and semi-mechanical recycled about 20% on emissions. So you can see what's the best choice that you can do to avoid these impacts. Another one is nylons. Nylons are again similar, so they have even a higher impact on fossil based. Then we have the bio-based one, which also similar option. So bio-based plastics are getting popular, but again, when you compare it with recycled, you can probably produce a recycled nylon at a half of its footprint. So in general, we are seeing a huge opportunity to reduce carbon emissions through selecting these materials, I would say smartly, right? So we probably will not be able to do one-to-one replacements, but we would be able to do smart replacements where things can be done, things can be mixed to get almost similar performance and while reducing emissions. So these are actual facts we are presenting. So so we know, working with these big companies, and they are thinking and they are ramping up the operation to buy more and more recycled materials because they want to reduce the impacts of their products. So there will be a huge demand for recycling, recycling industry for the next couple of 5 to 6 years. And I've seen somewhere that the recycled fabric industry will just be about $10 billion before the end of this decade. So that's a huge business opportunity for people who are involved with the recycling space. Right. So if it's so good, why isn't everybody doing this? So there are a lot of challenges. First one is material type. So in a fabric or a garment, there is not one single material. There is multiple fibers that's been put in through. So we rarely find a single type of material that is giving the required performance for today's needs. So how do you separate them? So that's one of the challenges. Then these materials that has different mixes has different properties. So segregate it. How do you do value add them? So different types of mixes can be difficult to segregate, as well as different types need different temperatures and processing methods to recycle. Some of them are still not capable of being recycled. One of the common challenge in the industry is spandex, and removing spandex and recycling spandex is still a challenge. And if you take a garment, there's a big component of garments which has labels, buttons, and other stitches. So to create a pure product or pure polymer chain, you need pure materials. So that will not be able to get if you have impurities. So this is a challenge to remove all these components. Then hygiene factors. So it goes through use of some persons. We don't know what are the things that it has exposed, can have some of those toxic chemicals, things like that. So there are hygiene factors involved. Then there's material degradation of using. So that is at the end of life, but again, different stages of material that can be used to recycle, as in like the pre-production waste can be used without degradation, but if you post-production after customer use, there's definitely material degradation which has an impact. Collection and transport. Largest consumers of these materials are in developed world, and their disposal patterns are, I would say, much faster than and compared to developing world, but all the technology and the processing capabilities are in the development world. So even if you collect it, how do you transport it? Who's taking the cost for that? That is a challenge. And finally, hand feel. With the recycled materials, you are getting a different hand feel when you touch the fabric. So there's slight variation due to the inconsistencies of the raw material, which is obviously coming from a waste source. And the color consistency is also a challenge, again, due to impurities. When you dye a fabric, there will be slight color changes. So these are the challenges being faced by the apparel industry to work it out and get these recycling techniques to be within these tolerance levels for all of these. But still, it's something that everybody is working on. That's a global requirement, and hopefully something that will be achieved within the next 3 to 4 years and driving industry over $10 billion of demand within a very short period of time. That's the end of my presentation. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Dhanuji, for the excellent presentation. And you have presented the importance of recycling the plastics in terms of a very broad view linked to the environmental engineering aspects throughout the value chain of the fabrics and the apparel industry. And we have to definitely see each and every industry in this aspect. And you have very clearly mentioned that how the recycling process will reduce the production of the raw materials for the apparel and garment industry. So it is very much valuable, and thank you so much for providing this concept and this information in this forum. So yes, sir. There's a question from Nirmala. Yes, madam.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Dhananjay, for your very informative presentation. Actually, I have one suggestion, this rather suggestion, because you talk importance of, managing textile industry in terms of climate change mitigation. We all know that we are moving towards zero emission target, maybe by 2040 or 50. But one thing I want to highlight, as you know, in waste management in Sri Lanka, at the end of the life cycle, most of those textiles and fabricated product ended at the landfill. So whether it's intentionally or unintentionally, those items are burning in the landfills or open dump sites. So as you know, these textiles has lots of fossil-based carbon, and during the burning process, it would emit significant amount of black carbon that's actually hardly addressed so far. It has fossil-based carbon dioxide, but black carbon emission is so huge. And we know that climate impact from black carbon is 2,000 to 2,500 tons higher than carbon dioxide. So I want to ask Mr. Dhananjay, is there any, any regulations or any policy level discussion going on related to this avoiding open burning of textiles and the plastic based fabric items in your company level, or what's the situation in Sri Lanka? Thank you.
Yeah. And a good question. So I think I joined this company about 10 years ago, and the main, I think within first 6 months target was to see if there's any kind of I would say open burning, which is prohibited in Sri Lanka, is happening within the group. And we found out we do give it to certain contractors or waste collectors, which they were collecting, and they were dumping part of it and burning it. So we avoided all of these within a year, and and we worked with suppliers who are not going to do that. Then I think the recycling industry crashed as there was anti-dumping laws coming from China, and I think Southeast Asia as well. So it kind of crashed for about 5 years. So we took a policy decision at group. We will be taking the cost of sending all of these material to be destruct by our cement kiln in Puttalam, so which was in Seco Cycle. So we contracted with them for the last, I think now about 8-9 years, to make sure all of our waste that's not getting recycled to be energy recovered through them. I think a couple of years ago, we also invested in our own waste to energy boiler, which has advanced emissions filtering, so that we can utilize some of those energy back into our use as well. So that's what we have done. And talking about the country level, I think Sri Lanka has introduced a waste to energy project in Colombo, and there will be another one coming in soon as well. So they are now looking to buy all of these waste from industries, especially fabric, from all across the country, to source energy for them. So I don't think there's a need for any party to dump or burn if you really can connect all these dots across the country. Yes, so that's what's happening. So regulation wise, it's not allowed, but unfortunately it does happen. So like I said, it's quite a big industry in Sri Lanka. So I think and it's happening even at household levels. So I think the regulators are looking at it and they're trying to avoid as much as possible, but I know it's still happening, which is the sad truth, but hopefully it will stop soon.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nirmala, for your great question. And also thank you, Dhanuji, for explaining everything in detail. And Nirmala, we are going to get into the plastic recycling project very soon, and definitely we will be connecting with you to get your advices as well in the near future. And
definitely, yes.
Dr. Maheswara.
Yeah, hope you can hear me. All right. Danuji, thank you very much. That was really fascinating. And we have similar company here in Malaysia as well, doing similar to what you are doing. But there is some limitation. That's what I would like to get some clarification from your side, where when this plastics to fabric recycling, how about the contamination rate? Because when it is highly contaminated and so on, like for example, those plastics are being recovered from rivers or ocean and so on. Is your technology able to process it into fabrics, or do you have some limitations to that? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So we work with our partner EcoSpindles, who's going to speak next, Mr. Manoj, and we have been working with them for the last, I think, 5 years on developing this. So I think he will be able to give a better answer how they do this segregation, so and washing and reduce contamination, and how do they segregate between different types of products that they do with recycled plastics. So Manoj hopefully will touch that upon when we get a chance. Yes.
No problem. No problem. Thank you. Thank you.
So when we talk about fabric recycling, now we are at the initial stage. So we are working with the industry level, because when it comes to, the fabric waste, most of the time they contaminates with spandex. Am I correct, Julanji?
Yes.
Yes. So at the moment we are doing trials with 15% contamination. Spandex is not a polyester, right? So we recycle polyester. At the moment, it's successfully working with us. So gradually, I think we can work together with MS and we can develop up to the consumer level. At this stage, we are working at the industry level. So how to recycle industrial offcuts and industrial waste. So that is what we are doing at the moment.
Manoj, also on PET waste also, how do you, just to explain how do you segregate based on where you collect it, as in like river based versus other sources, and how do you what goes to the
I can cover
garment?
it in my presentation.
Yes. Sorry. Yes, you're going next. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Danuji, for your great presentation. And the carbon and water footprint is becoming a great issue, a very big issue in each and every aspect, and each and every consumer items, including the services. So here, the recycling and the recycled materials would be a very good substitute to address the carbon and water footprint in the very near future. This is not only for the plastics and also for the construction related items, then the wood and all these kind of products. So it's a great thing. Thank you so much, Danuji, for sharing this concept. So we will move on to the other session.
Thank you.
The topic is the journey to increase plastic recycling rate. That is by Manoj Udavatkar. He is the Chief Executive Officer of EcoSpindles Private Limited. Manoj is a mechanical engineer from the Institute of Engineering and Technology, Katnayaka, and holding an MBA from the University of Wolverhampton, England. He is the CEO of EcoSpindles Private Limited, the only company manufacturing yarn from PET plastic waste and supplying to mass holdings and brandings for manufacturing textiles, garments, and footwear out of recycled plastics for the global brands like Nike, Adidas, and so many other brands. And these products go to the high-end consumers. Manoj, thank you so much for providing your time, and this is over to you.
Thanks, Madhavan, and good evening, everyone. So first of all, I would like to thank ISP team to giving us this opportunity to discuss the EcoSpinners recycling story in this forum. So shall I share my presentation, Madhav?
Yes, please. The access is given.
Okay. Okay. Can you all see it?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. So in my presentation, I would like to cover and how we recycle PET in Sri Lanka and what are the demands for recycled PET and how we are planning to increase country's recycling rate. I mean, the plastic recycling rate with our projects, right? So first, I would like to give an introduction about EcoSpinners. We operate in Sri Lanka. So I can say we have the largest plastic waste collection network with us, right? And also we are the largest plastic recycler in the country. And hello.
Sorry.
Yes. So, and also we are the leading monofilament manufacturer in the country. And also I can say we are the leading and only recycled yarn manufacturer in the country. So when we talk about organization structure, so EcoSpinners is a part of BPPL Holdings. Under EcoSpinners, we have 4 divisions. The number one, we have a sourcing department. So where we collect all these PET bottles, and then we have PET recycling department where we convert collected post-consumer bottles to flakes. And then we have yarn department where we convert all these flakes to yarns, and we have monofilament department with us, right? So this is about our journey, right? So as a company, we started in 2009, but at that time we were excluding monofilaments, but our recycling facility we developed in 2015. At that time, in 2015, we recycled somewhat around 600 metric tons per year, which is almost 17.5 million bottles per year. And then we increased our recycling rate up to 1,500 metric tons in 2018. And now in 2022, with our all the expansions, new expansions, we have a demand of 3,600 metric tons per year, which is more than 100 million bottles per month, right? And this is about our, the value chain of PET waste. So when we talk about value chain, the first post-consumer PET bottles, and then we convert all these bottles to flakes, and you can see these, the white, blue, and the green chips. And then we convert all these chips to yarns, right? So after we produce yarns, at MAS level, all these yarns are being converted into fabric, and they goes to manufacture the t-shirts and the shoes, right? And also the flakes, they are being used to manufacture monofilaments, and then these monofilaments are being converted into brushes, and you can see all types of brushes what we produce in Sri Lanka. So these are some of our special products. Lakshan has already explained in 2019. So our yarns, we give the MS Holdings, and they use our yarns to manufacture Sri Lankan cricket jersey. In 2021, the Brandix, one of the largest apparel manufacturer in Sri Lanka, they use our recycled yarns to manufacture the Olympic jersey. And you can see at the bottom, you can see the monofilaments, what we manufacture out of recycled PET. And also you can see this brush, and this brush back is made out of some percentage of the household plastic waste like HDPE, PP. And these are our manufacturing facilities. We have PET recycling plant, and also we have a monofilament plant which is fully covered by solar, and also we have a fully integrated the European technology, European machine with where we manufacture all these the yarns. And then this is the one of the most important thing, the collection part. So in Sri Lanka, we have more than 400 suppliers, right? So we are working with more than 400 suppliers, and we operate in all 25 districts, and we are working with almost 90% of the local authorities, and we are working with hotels, harbors, and public places, schools. And not only this, and we have developed well-organized the MRFs, right? So 3 pilot projects are running So I can discuss about the MRF concept at the later part of the presentation. And also we handle a proposed bin network, as Lakshan explained. So we have developed an app, right? And I will discuss that part also at the later part. And also we are working with some religious places. And I would like to give some idea about our recycling process flow. So these green ones, the third parties handle all these, the green areas, the waste collection and the segregation, and also the baling process at the MRF level. And after we baled all the PET bottles and our centers, and they used to send them to our plant, and then we do a further segregation at the plant. And after that, we convert all these bales, the segregated bottles, to hot wash PET flakes. And after that, all these hot wash flakes are being converted to monofilaments and yarns at the factory level. And when we talk about employment details, so direct employees, we have more than 300. And also we have more than 1,000 indirect employees with us, right? And this will give you some idea about our recycled materials. So as a single unit, we recycle 15% of the country's PET waste at the moment. So out of that 15%, and 83% covered by post-consumer PET bottles. And also we are dealing with some industries to recycle their rejected PET bottles at the operation level. And also we recycle some sheets, the packaging rejects. Not only that, and we recycle some strapping belt rejects. And this is about our recycling partners. So, the recycling, the collection, it's not a job of a single party. And now, fortunately, we have a lot of corporate partners, both government and private organizations. And also we are working with some NGOs. And the MRF, the material recovery facility concept, and I would like to discuss this topic further, because we believe this concept will help in future to increase the recycling rate of the country, because we, as I explained at the beginning, and we have developed 3 pilot projects. So the numbers are very interesting, because during last 6 months, and we see the collection is increasing, right, with the new MRF concept. So the MRF it's a common facility what we have developed with some corporate partners like Coca-Cola and some brand owners. And where we this unit we can use to recycle, I mean we can use for collections and recycle all types of the plastics, and also some cardboards and aluminum and glass waste. And so you can see the numbers right in the bottom table. So in 2021, at the moment, we recycle somewhat around 200 metric tons per month, right? So which is 15% of the country's PET recycling rate. So we do it with the existing the supply base plus with 3 MRFs. So in future, we want to increase the number of MRFs, right? So with that, and we are expecting the increase of collection. So in 2022, and we expect to increase the number up to 300 metric tons. And 2025, we have a plan of, I mean, increasing the collection up to 600 metric tons. So which to cater our the recycled PET demands, flake demands. And this is about MRF infrastructure. So with around one MRF, and we want to develop minimum 400 collection points, and also around one MRF we would like to, we are developing a drop-off bin network, and minimum 300 bins, and it includes a standardized a building structure, and also it includes some recycling machineries like bale machines and crushers and palletizers. And also it includes some fuel efficient vehicles, right? So some bicycles and also some 3-wheelers and some the small lorries, right? And also other important thing, so we will have a data management system to get the traceability of material, I mean collection. So which is very important when we go to a bigger brands. So these pictures will give you some idea about how the MRF operation is happening. So we collect from bins and we collect from bags, and then they deliver to the recycling centers. At the recycling center level, all the PET they separate according to the colors and they bale them, and then other plastics like HDP and PP, and they clean them and they crush them. And these are the list of MRF collection partners, because around MRF we are working with all existing waste pickers, and we are dealing with all the dump yards and nearby dump yards and the local authorities. We are working with all the hotels and restaurants, and we are dealing with all the water and beverage manufacturers and bottle and preform manufacturers. We work with all the private and government organizations, harbors, schools, hospitals, especially apartments, supermarkets. So we are working with all of these people, right? So this will give some idea about and some of the collection points around MRFs. So especially we work with some drop-off mechanism and drop-off places, drop-off bins and drop-off bags, right? So this is about the types of material, all materials. So what we are working at the MRF level. So this is all about, our operation, and it's over to you, Madhava. If you have any question, now we can discuss.
Thank you so much, Manoj, for your fantastic presentation. And it is so much fascinating because it's a great initiation. And you have initiated a great social enterprise venture in the country to address the environmental and also the social problems throughout the plastic recycling value chain, especially addressing the PET plastic recycling. So we are very fortunate to get to know about your company. That we did the baseline survey for Coca-Cola and for the Asia Foundation 3 years back, and I came to your company and I saw that 3 years back in 2018, you were processing 250 metric tons per month, and immediately after that, you were expanding the processing capacities to more than 600 metric tons per month, I think, and now it must be more than that, particularly for the PET recycling. So it is a very good concept, and you are providing employment opportunities throughout the PET recycling value chain, and also it's a very good example and very good model to address this problem in a commercial point of view. So it is open for the discussion now. Yes, Nirmala. Yes, Dr. Nirmala.
Thank you, Madhav, and thank you, Manoj. Thank you so much for the amazing presentation. Actually, I'm so happy to see the progress you have made so far in Sri Lanka, because we know what was the situation in here, right, 10 years ago. It's a great progress. I have a few questions actually to ask. One is, you mentioned about the recyclability. That is year by year the progress that you're gonna make. But I want to know if assume you collect 1 ton of PET bottles, then what would be the real recyclability of that? Is 80% or 90%? And what would be the yield ratio? How much actually we can recover the secondary raw material from 1 ton of PET bottles? That's one question. Then the second question is, after you recovered the secondary, we would say secondary raw material from the PET, are you using all this material in Sri Lanka, or you are sending elsewhere to produce the product? Those are the concerns I have. Thanks again for the amazing effort.
Okay, so when we talk about the yield, right? So it's, I can say it's 75%, right? So if the bottle input is 100 and you will get 75% of flakes, right? I mean the raw material. So this is about the yield. And whatever we produce now, we use in Sri Lanka because the sad stories. So we have more demand, right? So we have more than 400 metric ton demand for our productions. And at the moment with the COVID situation, we could collect something around 200 metric tons per month, which is not sufficient. And that's why we think about implementing this MRF by our own with the support of some corporate partners to collect them more, because with the MRF concept and we can prevent, burning plastic and also stop them sending to the landfills, because this MRF concept will help a lot for on-time collection with a very good quality, right? So I think you are clear now, Dr. Nirmala.
It is very clear, Manoj. Thank you very much. Yeah, actually the main focus should be to avoid or stopping these PET and all kind of plastic going to the landfill. That is where the worst situation we can ever imagine. So yeah, thanks for all the effort, and I wish you good luck for all the success. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nirmala. Thank you, Manoj. And definitely the primary recycled product is there, and then there's a huge question what's going to happen after that. So thank you so much, Nirmala, for asking this question. And are there any more questions?
Maybe.
Yes.
Hello. Yes. So yeah, I'm also I would like to thank very much for Manoj. Yes. Maybe a little bit technical question. So the recycling processes, is it mechanical or chemical or both processes you are doing?
It is mechanical. 100% mechanical, right? So I can say we are the only party who's manufacturing yarns out of flakes. So in the world and other people, and they have secondary process. So they make chips, right? After they manufacture flakes, and which consume more power and energy. Fortunately, with our technology, with our systems, and we don't want that. The technology is secondary option. So we are the only party who makes yarns out of flakes directly. It's 100% mechanical.
Okay, thank you so much for that very interesting information.
Thank you, Amila. Thank you, Manoj, because of course, the processing technology also have to be considered a lot, and the mechanical process addresses a lot of environmental problems, so it can mitigate a lot of environmental related problems. So it's a great thing that Manoj is doing the mechanical processing of plastic waste, and thank you, Amila, for asking this. If there are any more questions, are there any? Otherwise, we can move to the next. The next presentations. Thank you so much, Manoj, for your time, for providing all the aspects what you are doing in business point of view. And your initiation is a great thing to address the environmental and social problems in a social enterprise model. So we are so happy to know people like you for near the future projects. So I think we can very closely work together to address this problem very soon by the early next year. Thank you so much, Manoj.
Thank you, Madhav.
So the next presentation is Inclusive and Transformative Approaches to Plastic Waste Management in Sri Lanka. That is going to be presented by Suranga Vijayasena. He is the SME manager at Acted Sri Lanka. Suranga is having a career in both program monitoring and evaluation and research in NGOs, university, and for semi-government sector organizations. Suranga is the manager for appraisal monitoring and evaluation team of Acted Sri Lanka since 2017. His main responsibilities are monitoring and evaluation the programs, conducting the appraisals, knowledge management, and ensuring the accountability of the programs. He has a wide range of experience in inclusive economic development, environmental sustainability, and humanitarian actions, as working for INGOs, state universities, and semi-government sectors for more than 12 years. He is a graduate of University of Peradeniya and holds a master's degree at Postgraduate Institute of University on Environmental Economics. And let me also say something about ACTED. ACTED is an international NGO based in France, committed to immediate humanitarian relief to support those in urgent need and promote inclusive and sustainable growth. ACTED has been working in Sri Lanka since the year 2005 on SME development, agriculture, disaster management, humanitarian support, strengthening civil society, environment, peace, and social harmony. ACTED is the main applicant and the recipient of the newly approved project under the European Union funded Switch Asia program on sustainable consumption and production, which is the plastics, promoting long-term approaches for sustainable, transformative, and inclusive circular economy in Sri Lanka from the year 2022 to 2025. Thank you very much for your time, Suranga, and it's over to you now.
Thank you, Madhavan. I think I am audible now.
Yes, you're audible.
Let me share my presentation. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, Ranga. Yes.
Okay. First, I would like to thank you for ISB for the opportunity to present about inclusive and transformative approach to plastic waste management in Sri Lanka, as well as a big thank for Madhavan for that amazing coordination in this webinar. So I'll move to my first slide. Here I would like to discuss about ACTED program strategy in brief and how it links with circular economic principle. Actually, my presentation discuss about the story of plastics. As Madhavan and Mr. Nilakanthan mentioned, we secured fund for a big project in to this country, plastics. So I can discuss about how it came to the action. Here, in 2020, ACTED introduced our new program strategy, 000 strategy, where we discuss about zero extortion, zero carbon, and zero poverty. Our motto is we want to 3-0 world of exclusion, zero exclusion, zero carbon, and zero poverty. Why zero exclusion means because nobody should be left behind. We believe that. And why zero carbon? Because we only have one planet for all of us. And why zero poverty means because poverty should not hold back potentials. Based on the strategy, we have 9 thematic areas, program thematic areas, under 000 programmatic program objectives. Here you can see circular economy is one of the major thematic areas, and zero poverty and zero carbon is kind of overarching theme. And zero exclusion covers most vulnerable groups as part of a cross-cutting theme under circular economy. When we discuss about actors' approach in circular economy, we have developed kind of technical guidance on circular economy, because that technical guidance documents or notes help us to frame our programmatic approach in a meaningful and technically efficient way. So here we have two key objectives in our circular economy program focus. The first objective is to reduce negative environmental impact of market systems, and the second one is to generate or recover value from materials within market system for local economic development or improved livelihood. In order to achieve those key objectives, we have two approaches. The first one is to optimize material flow. As example, reduction of resource use, improving efficiency of resource use, or reducing low recovery and waste from resource use. And the second approach is closing the gap loop may include activities that support returning materials to the environment and improving the life cycle of materials. Here we, in circular economy, we consider about the technical systems as well as biological systems. I can share some interventions from actor side at the global level in circular economy. We have two projects in Lebanon. One is investing in repairing economy, and the other one in consumer behavior through awareness raising. And some projects are there in African region. Those work on regenerating or restoring the natural ecosystem, especially related to the desertification. So here we have projects in Kenya, Somalia, Uganda, South Sudan, and there's another project in Central Asia, Tajikistan. And one project there in reducing waste in Iraq, and two waste management projects in Jordan and Philippines. And there's another project under Switch Asia, promoting sustainable consumption and production, that is ongoing in Central Asia. Okay, now the story comes to actor Sri Lanka and circular economy. Actually, we directly started our intervention in circular economy in 2020. So here we identified plastic waste management as a priority area. So what we have done, we formed link with the stakeholders, such as the government, private sector, covering other NGOs and INGOs and civil society organizations, who are the stakeholders in waste management. Then we link with regional and global platforms and the expertise. Example, we recently joined with Adelphi Seed Program, where Adelphi support for the inclusive economic enterprise development. And finally, we conducted a need assessment on plastic waste. It was ended in December 2020. In this slide, you can see our one of key findings. We could derive a simple plastic value chain. You can see who are the main players, and how the materials are moving in the chain. In this assessment, it's a kind of a simplified version. However, we have some plans in our future interventions to further explore on this plastic value chain along with our partners. Then we can provide kind of insight as well as stakeholders can work on the gaps. based on the new knowledge, because knowledge is really important, and we have to learn, and we have to think about the innovations and the dynamics of this value chain, because the technology, the consumer behaviors, and the government policy environment, those are changing rapidly. So we can't stick into one diagram. So we have to continuously work on exploring new knowledge. So we will work on that in our future interventions. So I'd like to discuss about some key findings. So policy level interventions are there from the government side, and central environmental authority and local authorities, they play a considerable role in plastic waste management as a government counterparts. And most importantly, private sector is the key in plastic recycling. And the MSMEs, here we called MSME because micro, small, medium enterprises. So what we observed, a lot of collectors, they are operating at the micro level. So they operate as formal businesses, and majority operate as informal businesses. And we could see notable involvement from non-government organization and corporate sector in plastic waste management. I think I don't need to mention it here because you saw that, from the previous presentation. You saw how the government, as a non-government and corporate sector, involved in plastic waste management in Sri Lanka. And few recycles are there. A lot of collectors are there. Some sources said 2,000 to 5,000, but there's no exact figure because of that informality of the sector. However, a few recyclers are there where substantial investment needed for efficient and eco-friendly recycling technology. However, we can see this as an opportunity to develop this value chain in kind of an economically efficient way. From the assessment and with the discussions with the stakeholders, we derived some recommendation. The first one is a holistic approach is needed from a policy level to ground with the participation of all stakeholders. And any intervention should invest in MSMEs development because a lot of gaps there in technology, business development services, the financial products, market linkages. There's no efficient market linkages, and definitely there's need to formalize the sector. And we suggest to further strengthen the existing policies as well as the implementation. And indeed, it is really necessary to encourage the innovation in plastic waste management. Yeah, based on those discussions, findings, assessment, and everything, then we partnered with 3 international partners, Adelphi, Terry, and Stenermasia, and 2 Sri Lankan partners, Biodiversity and Industrial Service Bureau. Then we together, we developed a project proposal that called Plastics. So several times in the discussions, I think you heard about it. It calls promoting long-term approaches for a sustainable, transformative, and inclusive circular economy in Sri Lanka. So we proposed that project proposal we presented to Switch Asia and the EU funds. So luckily we were selected. So we'll start this project from January next year and runs for 4 years. Actually, we are expecting to foster wider participation from all stakeholders in plastic waste management sector, because that healthy dialogue is really important, as well as the coordination should be efficient to address the gaps in plastic waste management sector. All stakeholders should be there. So this platform also, today webinar is one kind. So we would like to participate for future, and we can share our experience, and we can get your experience also in related to plastic waste management. Okay, now I can discuss about plastics. So this project, we have 4 outputs. The first output, we focused on SME development, MSME development through ECAT assessment, resource efficiency, cleaner production business plan, then market solid waste management, market linkages, and sustainable certification. Under output 2, we are trying to streamline innovative circular economic approaches in the value chain. Here, Seed Hub, BDS Business Development Services capacity building programs, and innovative circular business models would help in attaining the output 2 objectives. And output 3, we discuss about the green financing, because the financing is a huge barrier for the development of this sector. So rather than focusing on just the traditional approach, here we are trying to do something different. It's green finance. Actually, a lot of dialogues there, and a lot of initiatives also there in Sri Lanka in the banking sector, especially from private banking sector. So I think we can work with a wide range of stakeholders in ensuring green finance for plastic waste management sector. Under results 4, we will work on the traceability, transparency, and compliance in plastic waste management. Especially this was discussed, some aspects are discussed during previous presentation. Mr. Lakshan's presentation also discussed about the need of having that monitoring mechanism. Here, we can contribute to EPR standardization and legal framework, because the partners now partners in this consortium link with the EPR process in this country from the beginning. So definitely we can do some remarkable work in EPR standards in the future. I can mention some added value from plastic project. First one is accelerate resource-based development of MSMEs through green enterprise capacity assessment and resource efficiency and cleaner production plans. Here, that ECAT assessment we use enacted for resource-based planning and development of MSMEs, and our partners, they work on resource efficiency and cleaner production plans. And the second one will provide transformative asset and technical support for the MSMEs. That is a big gap, especially if you can remember Lakshan's presentation. So a lot of gaps there from the collector side, the technology and the machineries. So we can support from plastic project for those who need the support, the machineries. As a third value addition, I can discuss about Stenum Asia's quick environment management system. I'm not going to discuss about the technical aspect of that, because they are the Stenum Asia, the expert on QMs. And so one of notable value addition from plastic project, Acted and Adelphi, we will work together and will introduce Sri Lanka Hub for eco-inclusive entrepreneurial incubation. Fifth value addition is provide tailored support for innovative business approaches. And sixth one, improved outreach for green finance schemes. Seventh one is promote EPR standardization and adoption. And we are trying to establish a preparatory framework for national clearinghouse where we work under visas for under policy and regulatory level interventions. And finally, we're trying to develop a dedicated platform to monitor and report plastic footprint. Yeah, that's all from my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Suranga. And you have presented very clearly the approach of ACTED to address the plastic waste issue in a different level rather than the traditional way of addressing this. And you have been working, you have already started working with different partners, and also you are having very close linkages with Coca-Cola Sri Lanka, Lakshan, Eco-Spindles, and also we are here, ISB is here to create more linkages and also to create more synergy between different partners from the top level. So it is very much useful to get into such interventions like the projects in a large scale to address these issues with multiple partners. So now the forum is open for discussion. Any questions from participants? Any more questions? So I have one question, Suranga. Suranga?
Yeah, go ahead.
As ACTED has been working with different SMEs and also with the grassroots level communities. So how are you? I know that definitely you will be addressing the plastic issue from the very grassroots level to the top level. So can you just tell some of the approaches you are thinking of doing that? How you can do that in order to link the very grassroots level communities to the throughout the plastic waste value chain?
Yeah, actually, Madhavan, we can draw our lessons and experience from our previous project, right? Actually, from let's say past 6-7 years, we are extensively working with the MSMEs in Sri Lanka. Especially, one of our biggest projects is still ongoing. It will close early part of next year. So we have worked with more than 320 MSMEs in 4 districts, but it's not directly related to plastic, it's related to agriculture development. However, some concepts in circular economy also we have included into that project, especially environmental sustainability, then sustainable consumption and production. Those have been added to that project as cross-cutting themes and as some major activities. And we have worked with these MSMEs to kind of resource-based, planning. Let's say in my presentation, I discussed about ECAT, Enterprise Capacity Assessment. So it is a kind of proven tool for actor to assess the MSMEs and plan for their development, resource-oriented planning. Actually, here we again added value for this ECAT. We will deploy green ECAT, not just ECAT. For this project, we'll introduce green ECAT. Likewise, the technical experience we can definitely use for SME development in the sector, and we can actually act as this kind of learning organization where we try to link with the relevant technical organization, as well as we have strong internal culture in utilizing our internal resources with our various missions globally, and we blend those experiences, and we can use sort of knowledge in our programming. So as I explained in my presentation, we have several projects ongoing in different countries. Definitely we will bring that knowledge also into our program action. And also we have extensively worked with business development services in past 4.5 years, and civil society organization in different spectrum. So we can bring that capacity also, that experience also in developing the MSMEs, because the MSME is the core. However, the immediate environment, the business development services, financial services, as well as the next environmental policy environment, we have worked and we have experience working with different partners as well as different government organizations. So definitely we can bring those values into this project. And importantly, we have worked several consortium projects where multiple partners work together. And here I think, as a lead agency of the agency for plastics project, we can coordinate and we can work with the partners in order to bring their maximum into the project. That is another value addition I think we can bring it to SME development. I think, that's all. Thank you. Thank you, Mother.
Thank you, Suranga. Thank you so much for the very comprehensive answer and explaining how you work and how are you going to work, and particularly how are you going to work together with the different stakeholders. Are there any more questions? So again, thank you so much, Suranga. So we can move on to the next session, that is on plastic waste and potential applications in different industries. That is going to be presented by engineer Dilini Sandareka Jayatilaka. She's a consultant at the Technical and Environmental Service Division of Industrial Services Bureau. She is having 3 years experience in managing waste, including solid waste and liquid waste in industries. And she is a graduate from University of Moratuwa in the stream of chemical and process engineering, and have minor entrepreneurship management in 2017. She worked as a graduate research assistant at Sri Lanka Land Reclamation and Development Corporation in the area of municipal solid waste management and potential applications in the industry. And Dilini is one of our very youngest members in our team of ISB, and she's very enthusiastic. And she is also one of the main contributors from the ISB side for the formulation of the new proposal, which we have got through acted on plastic waste management. And this is over to you, Dilini, to share your thoughts and experiences.
Okay, thank you, Madhavan, and good afternoon, all. First, I would like to thank Madhavan for giving me this opportunity to share ideas about plastic waste and their potential application in various industries. Since you all have included the ideas about industries and industrial development, so I thought to share about industries and also potential research areas relevant to plastic waste. So therefore, before going for that, so Madhavan has given a nice introduction about myself, so therefore I'm going to skip this. So this is content of my presentation. So I'm going to talk more about municipal waste. So the plastic is generated mostly from municipal waste in Sri Lanka. So therefore, I'm going to talk with municipal waste, and also I will describe one by one in my presentation. So first of all, what is waste? So as we have gone through mostly 5 or 6 presentations, so the waste means all the items that no longer have any use for people and need to discard after the use. So therefore, for example, in day-to-day life, we are using paper, using cans, beer cans, clothes. So all are waste. If this use in people or in our household or our commercial industry, so then we are saying it is municipal waste. So therefore, for examples, we are using chairs, using phone cases, all are municipal waste. And from industries, they generate waste from their production process. And also there are many waste types. I have included all in here: hazardous waste, construction and demolition waste. So also in construction and demolition waste, they are producing plastic waste and mining waste. So likewise, there are so many types, and I will go with the next slide. So this shows the plastic waste. So in municipal waste, there are so many waste management methodologies. In Sri Lanka, normally we are using recycling methods in plastics, and also most of the waste collected in municipal ended in open dumping. And also incineration, we are doing a little bit we are using method incineration very little. So therefore, there are so many so many environmental impacts associated with landfill. So what is the national level generation in solid waste in Sri Lanka? So this data was taken from solid waste in Sri Lanka in Pilisaru National Solid Waste Management Program in 2012. According to that, in Sri Lanka, nearly 60% waste is biodegradable. So it's 55% short-term biodegradable and 5% long-term biodegradable. According to our case, you can see it in yellow color. The polythene, soft and hard plastic waste are the second largest waste generated in Sri Lanka. That is 10% considering total waste generated in Sri Lanka. But this is the most disturbing waste in Sri Lanka in waste management through the country. So therefore, why we are using plastic waste? So considering that plastic has various positive properties. If I tell one by one, it is inexpensive compared to metals and other resources, and also it is durable, and for the industries it's easy to produce because of their elasticity. So therefore, as we are consumers, when we are using more plastics, the industries tend to produce more plastic because of the consumption. Also, if we go with the other slides, in municipal solid waste, there are so many plastics. So these are the main plastics in municipal solid waste. So plastic often used for packaging purposes because of its properties such as lightweight, availability of different types. There are so many monomers in plastic production. Therefore, in industries using plastic for their production, for their packaging purposes. So therefore, in Sri Lanka, those are the mostly find plastics. One is polyethylene or polythene. This is a thermoplastic polymer used in varieties of applications. It has simple chemical formula, which is C2H4. So therefore, it can use for packaging purposes such as grocery bags, shampoo bottles, toys, and also in construction industry, this is using for piping, bulletproofing also, and so many applications. Also, polythene has various categories. For example, high density polyethylene, low density polyethylene, and also linear low density polyethylene. Likewise, more categories in polyethylene plastics. Also, then the next one is polypropylene. Polypropylene is mostly used for packaging applications. So this has opaque and tough elastic properties. Therefore, this is mostly used for packaging applications. So then the next one is polyethylene terephthalate. As Lakshan have said, polyethylene terephthalate, we are saying as PET. These are using for water bottles and also soft drink packages likewise. Then polystyrene, we are using it for food packaging applications. I have said that plastic have two types. One is thermoplastic and the other one is thermoset plastic. So in recycling industry, mostly using thermoplastics. Why? It can heat again and use for molding and make products. So therefore, for thermoplastic, these are the examples: polyethylene terephthalate, polypropylene. Mostly recycling is done using polyethylene terephthalate. And then in construction industry, if you go on to construction industry, the construction industry also using plastics. So according to European market, most of the plastic produced are used for packaging applications. So next, building and construction sector is the second largest consumer in the market. So normally, construction industry using for pipe and ducts, insulation, windows profile, flooring, wall covering. Likewise, there are so many applications. So most common plastic in construction industry are polyvinyl chloride, high density polyethylene, expanded polystyrene. Likewise, there are so many plastic used in construction industry. But come to recycling in construction industry, as you can see, in plastic, mostly in construction industry, plastic is used for the asphalt production and also as an aggregate for bricks production. But considering recycling of waste, we can use chemical modification, thermal modification, and also you can use as a filler. But most preferred way is thermal processing. I will give some ideas. So this is only an idea. So I have mentioned that we can use plastic for research purposes. So therefore, we can use plastic for foam development for the core of the sandwich panel. So we know sandwich panel included face shield and adhesives. In between adhesives, we have honeycomb. Therefore, for this honeycomb, we can use plastic. So this has to come with many testing. So therefore, this is only an idea. So then plastic recycling. So I have did some research on plastic. So therefore, I am sharing this with you. The plastic. So this first photo was taken in Sri Lanka. This was in open dumping area, and then the waste is collected from this land. So only non-biodegradable waste is collected. So this you can see it is consist of various plastic like the polyethylene, likewise so many waste in this, and then we have separated plastic. So for the foam manufacturing, we need to do material selection. So therefore, as per the properties of the plastic, we can use high density polyethylene and also PET, polyethylene terephthalate. So therefore, we are going with the high density polyethylene. So high density polyethylene consists of shampoo bottles. So but you can see shampoo bottle consists with a sticker and a lid and also the bottle. So we can't use this as for the foam manufacturing. Therefore, we need to do the cleaning. So that's why recycling is most complex. We need to do pre-cleaning before using for the process. So therefore, this lid made of polypropylene, but this made of high density polyethylene. So then only we can use high density polyethylene. So after various steps, this polyethylene, then high density polyethylene was shredded using machines, and then we have added blowing agent in here, and then again we need to shred it, and then finally you mix with the other material and compression molding was done. So as I said, there were so many test methods. So for an example, if we need to do apparent density, we need to go with ASTM T1622. Likewise, if we need to test tensile strength, then there are so many test methods we need to check for our product. Then what else we can do with the plastic? So we can do in Sri Lanka, 3D printer material is a new technology. So we can use plastic as a 3D printing technology for building construction. And the other idea, already this is doing with so many industries. They are using plastic for bricks manufacturing. So also there are so many documentation ones we can do. We can do industrial surveys, material development for various products. Like these are research purposes. And then there are so many outcomes and there are benefits. So as a country, we have so many benefits. We need to reduce since we have only 10% of plastic, but the impact is higher than we thought. So therefore, there are so many benefits to the country also. So thank you. And over to you, Madhav.
Thank you very much, Dilini, for sharing your innovative thoughts and also the possibility for the new applications in different industries by using the plastic waste. And definitely in our new project, we will be exploring what are the possibilities for recycling the plastic waste in different levels, like for the construction industries and also for the other household based products and everything. So now the forum is open for discussion.
Mr. Madhavan, may I?
Yes, please. Yes, sir, please.
Okay. This is not a question, but just to share some experience as well, whereby the first one is as what the speaker mentioned, that this is what I mentioned, that there are some limitations when it comes to mechanical recycling. Like, for example, for instance, a certain product comprises of 3 different types of plastics. So therefore, there will be a limitation, or there will be extra costing to remove the labels and so on, etc., etc. So in certain part of the world and the chemical industry, what they're doing is, these are called multi-layered packaging, or multi-layered in one packaging and so on. So they are making it mono-layer. So therefore, it has to be designed for recycling. Okay, so it becomes designed for recycling, number one. Number two is reduce certain types of packaging. Like, for example, I give you an example like toothpaste. Toothpaste will have a toothpaste tube together with a box, right? So why do we actually need the box? So if those days, yes, we need the box because we need to protect the products. Okay, but nowadays there are so much of innovation where the transportation and the logistics can be much more better, so that you really don't need these kind of boxes. So you're reducing the waste on one hand. All right. Then goes to the other part is where we can also talk about certain part of the items where you can have refill models, where you don't need, where we are not creating waste, we are reducing waste in that sense. Okay, so these are all the possibilities that we can look into, reducing waste at the same time embracing towards circular economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Umeshwara. Dilini, are there any things to be discussed or explained from your side?
Madan, yes, what that speaker said, that that participant said is true, that we have a lot of limitation when coming to plastic recycling. So therefore, in as a country, we need to develop many methodologies and designs also. Therefore, certain limitations are there, but also we need to do, mostly we need to do recycling of plastic. If not, the environmental will be affected badly. So that's it.
Thank you very much, Dilini. And I have one question. You have mentioned that the application of plastic waste in the 3D printed construction technology. So is it applicable for all the plastics or for a particular group of plastics?
Madhavan, if you're talking about plastic for 3D printing, so for 3D printing, it's under, already we are under research. So we are doing researches to find out the potential for using recycling of plastic for construction industry. So therefore, if we take plastic for bricks manufacturing, so therefore we can use many types of plastics, not only all the plastic we can use as an aggregate. So therefore it matters what their density, and also there are so many properties we have to find out. So therefore, as 3D printing, so it's similar to, if we are going for the construction, it's similar to doing, not similar, but doing bricks making and also 3D printing. There are so many differences, but for using as an aggregate, for plastic using as an aggregate, there can be many limitations, but in plastics we can use so many plastics, but I think that's need to find out the potential of plastics. But as my opinion, we can use plastic like high density polyethylene, polypropylene, like that. We can use many plastic for 3D building printing. That's
Thank you very much, Dilini.
Mr. Madhavan, sorry. Just to add on to that, I just would like to answer to your question as well. Now, when it comes to 3D printing, mostly is high density polyethylene, which is HDPE, and polypropylene, which is PP. When it comes to the soft type of plastics, which is LDPE or LLDPE, that would not fit for, or that is not a suitable plastic for 3D printing because is too soft. And even when it comes to PP there are water pads, but cosmetic pads not suitable for 3D printing. So the most suitable one will be the rigid plastics, which is HDPE and PP.
Thank you, Dr. Mishra. Thank you very much. So thank you, Dilini. So this is the time to close the session. So I would take this opportunity to thank all of the speakers. Mr. Koteswar Rao from National Institute for Micro, Small and Enterprises, India, and Dr. Umeshwara from ISISCO, Malaysia, Mr. Lakshan Madhurasinghe from Coca-Cola, Sri Lanka, the regional lead for Sri Lanka, Maldives, Bhutan, and Nepal, Mr. Dhanuj Jayapala from Mars Holdings, Mr. Manoj from Eco Spindles, and also Suranga from Acted Sri Lanka, and Dilini from Industrial Services Bureau. Thank you so much for all of you for contributing your valuable time and sharing your knowledge, experience, and also thought in how the plastic issue could be addressed in the near future. So this is a great opportunity for us to know all of us, and there have been so many participants sharing their experiences and also asking different questions. So we also need to address those questions in our future projects. So this session is only an initiative at the very beginning, but in the near future, from January onwards, we'll be having more sessions and in different sectors. So the plastic issue will be there for each and every sector. So we hope that we can have a great team to work in the near future. So thank you very much for everyone for participating in this session and also sharing your experiences. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Madhavanji. Thank you for the entire team of ISP for organizing such kind of recycling of plastic waste, interactive circular economic approach to address the plastic pollution within the given span of time. Thank you for given opportunity for us to share with you. Thank you. Thank you, Ananda.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Umeshwara. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Madhavan. Talk to you soon. Bye.
Bye.